how do I put it? It was like, how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
One, two, 1, 2. Welcome back, everybody, to everyone's favourite Anti-Coviet Lemonaide stand. It's Rise Above Light. Rise Above Light. It's a bit like Rise Above, but it's lighter. But we managed to squeeze in some extra concentrated rabbit additive. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back.
And look who I've got in the hot seat with me this week.
I feel a bit privileged.
Well, Omar Beach, you have been, well, I was about to say relegated. You've been brought forth from the crucible.
That's right, indeed.
Into the hot seat. Andy PG is still having some time in his lovely new house with Mrs. PG before we reconvene the whole team next week for the big party stream for your birthday and for my stag do as well. Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. Big shouts to everyone that's tuned in. It's Rise Above. You know what the time is. You know what the score is. Hello, everyone in the chat room. Who have we got? Sasha English. Big up Millie Bite Size. YouTube Censor Wrong Think, you've been pretty prolific recently. Big up Chris, gosh. Big up Sam Carno, big up Chrissy, Buddy, Bradley Golden. Who else have we got in here? All the crew. Victoria Campbell, Antigone and Sophie. Big up Marcus, big up all the crew in Australia, all around the crater realm. Welcome to Rise Above.
Don't believe me?
And everyone that tuned into the midweek chat, that was nice. Did you listen in, Homer?
I did listen in, that's correct. Always listening in.
Homer Beats is always listening in.
Always.
It's nice to have the midweek chat with myself and Inner Guardians. Well, for anyone that watched, you know.
Hey, Helen.
Oh, hello, Helen. Big up Denise CC. Big up JT, Gillian Boudica. Big up SL Gallus and all the crew. Raman the writer, yes, everybody. UK, US, Down Under, South Africa, Asia, Europe, everyone that's tuned in, Rise Above, everyone. So, pretty monster week, home base.
Lots going on, lots.
Lots going on. Tonight's Rise Above Light. We will have Master Lee joining us shortly. I'm going to have a little chat with someone called Diego Tequila, a new, really avid Abo-Rizian. He went straight in at level 33. I've been chatting to him about this week's happenings as well as a few other people as well. Everyone's been in my inbox this week.
Diego Tequila, that is
This
a name.
is a serious name, isn't it? Diego Tequila. I'll give him a ring in a little bit. I'll big up Simon Baker, Daisy Roots, everyone that's tuned in, all the Rise Above family, all of our new viewers. And for anyone that is new to watching Rise Above, this is no subscription or like... What?
Hang on. Robert Thane, I wish Inner Guardians could have taken the penalties. He'd have scored 33.
Yeah, 33-0. Yeah, so just to say that if you're watching on TV, on a smart TV and you're casting, YouTube, and you're thinking, who are all these people in the comment section? How do I get involved? It's really easy. You just get your phone or your tablet out and get in the comment section. It's an interactive show, Rise Above, on a Friday night. So we might as well start as we need to go on. We'll get some extra screens in here, make it look cool as we do. 2 screens is always better than 1, so you can see the back of us. Look at the Rise Above console that you constructed, Homer Beats.
It looks quality. For
It does look quality. Very proud of that. Let's get that around the right way. And we should also probably share the screen as well, because as you know, I do love, even on Rise Above Light, I do love a good slideshow. Surely not. So we just get rid of the comments for a second. So yeah, Rise Above Live or Lite 35. Look at this Magic's graphic. It's absolutely spectacular.
He smashes it.
Absolutely smashes it. We've got a can of everyone's favourite Anti-Coviet Lemonaide. Hello, spoken word nerd. I just need to unshare the screen with the get rid of the audio, because otherwise word nerd. Yeah, there was no audio. It's all good. Otherwise we get that stupid echo, and we never do that anymore. Our word nerd just disappeared anyway. Right, let's get that screen. Okay, so I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone that donated to this. We raised another £500 on top of this.
You guys are magical.
Yeah, really amazing.
And do you know what?
Response.
As a long-term friend of Lance, I'm really proud that you guys have just come out and supported what we're doing, really. And I can't thank you enough.
Yeah,
for
because
looking after my mate.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Hello, word nerd. How's it going?
Evening, everyone.
Evening. Yeah, so it's been a great response. We've now got like £3,200, which is enough to just give directly to our solicitor to fight our case against the Coviet Union. It means that we don't have to sort of like dig into our savings to pay for these legal bills. So a massive thank you to everyone. It's really touching, especially everyone that donated £33.
That was amazing. That was amazing, guys, by the way.
It was. So yeah, I'm going to be facing the Parasite head on Monday. Myself and my co-D Shelley Tasker in Exeter Magistrates Court at 10 o'clock on Monday morning. It's on Freedom Day, funnily enough.
How convenient.
How convenient. Sorry, I almost swallowed a pip then. So yeah, if you want to come down and support us, there will be a little bit of truth movement paparazzi recording the bizzle outside of the courtroom. Yeah, come down and support us if you want. We're going to be fighting for everybody's freedom. We're going to be setting a precedent that speaking at a protest is not illegal. Attending a protest for your God-given rights is not illegal. So yeah, thanks everyone.
Freedom of speech is still a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, apparently so. And here's the other thing, right? I have been really, really busy editing and chopping down all of this content that we're creating in these long forms. And it's on Rise Above, a new Rise Above channel. And the description is, the link is in the description. Please subscribe to it. We've now got 140 subscribers, so we've doubled it since last week. This is where you get all the snazzy little edited videos and all of the stuff that you're not going to see on the Rise Above Live channel in short form videos. So please subscribe. It helps a great deal. Until I get 1,000 subscribers, no one can find this channel. Even though I'm subscribed, if I just type this channel in, can't find it. Have to use the link to get to it.
Comes up with a couple of other Rise Above podcasts. Whatever.
Yeah. So we need to get some more subscribers on there. So big thanks to everyone that's supporting that. Okay, why not just go straight into some funny memes? Because
I haven't seen this one. This is brilliant.
Yeah, it is a good one. Obviously, we can't really say any of the words on this meme, but it really speaks for itself. This stick in the bicycle wheel meme has been used a lot, but possibly never to this avail. A really, really good effort there. I'll just like big screen that for everyone. This is not our work, by the way. I farmed this meme from the internet. Okay, we're in Coviet land. Right, so this is the work of Virus Man 2021. We have Boris outside of school saying safe and effective, get your clot shot. Now, what is a clot shot, I hear you cry? This is a new phenomenon, the clot shot, which has really come to fruition in the last couple of weeks, and it's great because, believe it or not, young people, this hashtagging clot shot, and it's actually like trending on Twitter, which is very, very, what's the word, encouraging. Obviously, the joke goes deeper, the national clottery. I thought this one was particularly good. And when I posted this on Facebook, you know, the old National Lottery advert, it could be you. Well, I'm fitting in the National Clottery, it could be you as well. It could be anyone if you take the free ticket. What do you reckon the odds are in the National Clottery compared to Camelot's National Lottery? Which one do you reckon is better odds?
I reckon you probably got better odds than the Clottery.
I'd say the Clottery odds are probably like, a multitude of 10 better than the national lottery. But hey, everyone's soon going to find out. Yeah, COVID-19, the National Clottery Centre is this way. So this is really all appeared in the last week. This clottery. Yeah. So here's Twitter. I just hashtag clotshot.
Oh, there's quite a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot. I think it's like one of the leading hashtags on Twitter. It's absolutely rinsing it. Have you heard of the clotshot, word nerd?
I haven't. Well done, young people.
No,
I haven't been online this week.
You haven't been online?
No.
What have you been up to?
I'm in a van at the moment.
I saw you're not in your normal surroundings. Are you out and about?
Yeah, on the move.
On the move? Is it top secret movements?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand up with Rise Above. Yeah. Great. What does Lee call it? Grey Ops.
Grey Ops, yeah.
Yeah.
Tis the way, mate. Tis the way of Rise Above. We have to keep moving in the shadows, evading the all-seeing eye. So yeah, clotshot is trending on Twitter. You know, there's regular people and little exposed media pages here using the clotshot hashtag. I could have like done a whole slideshow just of this. As you can imagine, there's shitloads of it, which
That
is good
encouraging.
to see. It is encouraging, yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to know there is another narrative going on behind what's being pumped out in the Coviet media. Very encouraging.
I think it has been from the start. I just think it's been suppressed.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true.
I think so too. Yeah. And now they're talking about mandates.
Yeah.
We'll get into that, right?
Mandates,
Yeah, it's bringing everybody out of the woodwork. So here is some excellent work again from Virus Man 2021. Wait a minute, I've got
Where is it?
Lord Schwab says, Lord Schwab says, I will receive your full compliance, your bodily autonomy, your biometrics, your precision location, and your data to sell on. You will receive my quaxine passport.
It doesn't seem a fair trade, does it? It doesn't seem a fair trade. But good work from Virus Man again. Right. Okay. Here's one that pops up this week, and we'll just get some people's comments on the screen. Crisis actors.
Crisis actors.
Right. This guy here on the bottom left, I'm just going to skip forward. I know this guy's an actor because I saw him on, what's that disgusting game show where you stand naked and people like just rate you naked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know the one you mean.
He's very memorable because this guy's an amputee. He's got one leg, and he also had a massive elephant tattoo around his cock with his elephant, with his cock as the elephant trunk. Yeah.
Did he have an elephant trunk though?
You
weren't looking.
I try not to look. You know, I try. The missus had it on. I was like, "What are you watching this garbage for?" So yeah, I know this guy's an actor. Now, hey, actors can get sick too. Let's be real about that.
Yep.
But we've also got this guy here who has been all over ITV News saying, "Oh, you know, I wish I had taken the vaccine, the quaxine, etc., etc." But they are both professional actors, or semi-professional actors, as has been pointed out. Now, I'm not going to draw any conclusions. You know.
It is again, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, this guy here, what's his name? Matthew Roach. He actually, I know people that have got mutual friends, and he has appeared defending the narrative in some comments on Facebook. But the thing is, the things he posts are so weird and so scripted, it makes he like further incriminates himself every time he chips in, which is weird. But yeah, I'm sure other people have seen about this. But in the latest thing, his head has blown up like a balloon, and he's trying to say it's from Coviet.
Wow.
And it seems to me it's much more likely he's either had a bad reaction from the procedure, or maybe he's gone into some like medical trial, because out of work actors do stuff like that all the time. You know, £500 for a week to do a medical trial. Your head might blow up like a balloon, but you sign the paper.
Well, some of these out of work actors jump into these collective demonstrations on the streets of London as well.
Well, yeah, there is talk of that. The certain Mr. Overkill has been working overtime recently, exposing some of that stuff. And oh yeah, if John Overkill's watching, that invite to come on the show is still open, mate. We'd still love to come. Always open. Please get back to me. We like John Overkill's work. We want to ask him some questions about some certain people as well.
Yeah.
This one have gone. Here is your brave mayor. I don't know where this came from.
Oh, is
I'm
that
not
a
sure
real
if
picture?
No, it doesn't. Well, this part here's a real picture. I'm guessing that he's been
Do you know what?
photoshopped under
He
the bed.
looks a little bit like Jose Mourinho
He does. He does look a little bit like Jose Mourinho.
with his mask on. You know.
Maybe he's off the same production line. Who knows?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Wrong lighter. Yeah, where's Master Lee? I tell you what, I might call Diego Tequila in a minute. Just get him in on the mix because we've been chatting Coviet news all week. Diego Tequila, if you're in the chat room, let me know if you're ready for the phone call. Nice little laid back light show tonight. Right, Virus Man, come on, mate. When you get caught up faking a pandemic by ramping up the thermal cycles to 45 on the Carrie Mullis test, and it's let me just full screen this one because this is absolutely this is canon work, really. So yeah, Health Chancellor Gates is they pull back the curtain. Look who's in the mist up here. It's Lord Schwab. Lord Schwab is like the Wizard of Oz, but when they pull back the curtain, it's just Health Chancellor Gates rinsing out some rapid COVID testing. Damn, son.
There's been several freedom of information requests, hasn't there, to hospitals that they're running them at 45.
Yeah, that's definitely happening, and
Yeah.
it's already been admitted that you can't run them at 45. If you run it at 45, then you're getting false positives. Everyone knows it. That's been widely admitted. So make of it what you will. Obviously, we never dish out medical information here because that would be irresponsible. I'm only as medically qualified as Health Chancellor Gates, which is 0. As we pointed out many
I
times
lost my
before.
connection then.
We're merely commentating.
Yes, you have, yeah.
Yeah. You haven't got a very good connection according to this word nerd.
I am in a van today, so it might not be.
Yeah,
convenient
well,
today.
there you go.
Yeah.
So, here's some more Virus Man. Mask me, track me, swab me, jab me. Holiday. He really goes close to the knuckle, Virus Man. No wonder he got banned from Instagram. No wonder. Oh, Virus Man, look, just as I said him, here he is. Here he appears in the comments section. Big up VM 2020. How you doing? Collaborating with Magix, no doubt.
I know, I saw
Yeah,
that.
they've been
I saw that in
working
the
hard.
comments.
Yeah, so I don't know. Can I talk about the Turtles comic? Is it up on the web? I think it is up on the
I think he's
website.
put it up there,
Yeah.
We got to talk about it.
Yeah, we have got to talk about it. Maybe in a bit we'll get the website up and have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, that's better
Magix has been hard at work, really, really hard at work.
I don't even think he sleeps.
I don't think he sleeps. I think he's already using a digital twin to knock out all this stuff that he's doing. He must be. Yeah, right. Now, slightly more sombering, this one. Slightly more sombering news. There's a place for all of us here, apparently. So,
Super prison.
yeah, we've heard little sniffs about this, but now it's getting quite official that not one, but 6 of these prison towns or super prisons are being built around the UK. 18,000 new prison places, which doesn't actually sound that much. But then, what's that? How many per... 20,000 extra police by 2025. And this one apparently has a crematorium built into it. That's what they're saying. There's a crematorium right there. Now,
I'm obviously never having frequented a prison. Do they have crematoriums and mortuaries and things in them anyway?
I guess they would have to have a morgue if a prisoner died. They have like a hospital section, medical wing. So, yeah, I guess they'd have to have a morgue of some type. But yeah, slightly worrying, must admit. But who knows? Maybe these aren't for Coviet defectors. Maybe they're all
super prisons.
Yeah. Well, this is one of them. This one's in Northampton in Wellingborough.
It'd be nice if they built 6 super hospitals, wouldn't it? Or 6 super schools.
Yeah, but they just probably use the hospitals to
super
euthanize
parks.
people in.
Well, yeah, true.
And use the schools as indoctrination centres. So, yeah, you got to take the rough with the smooth. This was who's this from? Snezzy, Stenzy, whoever makes these. I thought this was great. Looks like Lord Schwab, doesn't it?
It does look like Lord Schwab. That's what I thought it was. Or Chris Whitty.
See no evil, hear no evil, smell no evil, breathe no evil. Coviet 1984. Welcome.
Don't believe me?
Breathe no evil, inhale no evil. Classic. Right, speaking of breathing, when the elastic breaks on a normie's mask and they're forced to breathe fresh air. That's good. What are you crackling away at there, word nerd?
I know this guy. This guy's an actor.
Yeah, it's mint. Yeah, this
what's
this is. What do you mean it's an actor? That's off EastEnders, you
I don't
muppet.
watch that sort of shit.
That's Minty and that's Heather.
Minty. He's on something else. I've seen him somewhere else, not just
I've been taking
EastEnders.
exaggerated breaths of the good fresh air. It doesn't want to kill me. I come out of the supermarket, I raise my hands up and take a big breath. I survived another trip to the shopping.
Survive one more trip. You live to shop another day. You live to shop another day, word nerd.
Yeah,
That's what we're here. Okay, so
the rest of it.
you seem to have a poor connection. Let me boot you out and invite you back in. One second.
And
So-
a motorbike that drove past you then as well.
Oh yeah, we did have a motorbike go past. So we've noticed a little bit that the Abo-Risian language, the lore of our mystery schools seems to be seeping out into reality around us. We were talking about this
Yeah, it's
earlier,
nice,
weren't we?
I like it.
Yeah. So here's an example, because we've heard Master Lee talk about the denying force horizontal freight train that keeps speeding up. Yeah, I came across this, the Great Germ Theory Gravy Train, and it just instantly made me think of this concept of the great freight train just rinsing towards the end of the tracks. It's speeding up, just getting closer and closer. And I came across this from Crypto Dutch, 96. The NWO train is getting faster and faster. So just in, Greek PM Mitsotakis announces mandatory Coviet Vs. Just in, V passports will be required for customers in the UK. Just in, French President Macron announces mandatory Coviet Vs. Just in, FDA expected to announce that Johnson & Johnson V has been linked to serious but rare side effects. So yeah, the horizontal freight train is definitely speeding up. Everyone can see it. Everyone can feel it. All we're wondering is how much track is there left?
Wow.
How much track is
A vaccine
left?
passport isn't just a vaccine passport. It's got
Oh,
all of
swear
it on
word.
it. And the British public know. Oh, sorry. £10. The British public have said no to
£10 in the PayPal.
times. Let them bring it in under a passport scheme, which is exactly the same as a national ID, except all we have information as well on it, which we've said no to twice. I'm pretty sure, right? We've said no
Exactly.
to national IDs every time they've tried to implement. Now they're trying to bring
Yeah,
one in.
absolutely. We said a strong no. Yeah, you're
Very
totally
sure,
right. We said
both
a strong
times.
no when they've tried it before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no,
am I
it's
right in
not
thinking this
And have
vaccine
we not-
passport
have we not-
isn't just a vaccine passport? Sorry, and it's got all of the information on
That's
it
another
as well.
£10.
Sorry.
It's a
The
digital
glorious
ID.
cure.
The
Yeah.
procedure
The,
passport.
spe- the
Isn't it
procedure
something to do
passport.
with
The spearing passport. The procedure passport.
Yeah.
Your
is,
spearing certificate.
Am I right in thinking that has all this other information as well, which is basically a national ID?
Well,
which
basically,
we've put no to twice.
the NHS app, which is currently used as the spearing proof, the digital spearing proof, yeah, it has loaded onto it the capability to have everything, basically.
Right.
Welcome, Inner Guardians. Salutations and elucidations, Inner Guardians.
Hey.
Salutations.
So
Welcome.
Going back to these V passports.
Yeah.
Isn't it sort of tied in a little bit to ID
Salutations.
2020 as well?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like in my video that got deleted
Yeah,
back
exactly.
in Coviet 1984 Part 2, I explained by using only the UN documents and the ID 2020 documents exactly what a data-enabled procedure is and how it would link in with the digital ID, the cashless payment system, the biometric, everything, you know.
Well, and what was the other one we looked at? The biometric cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah, the biometric implant to harvest your personal energy.
I still think what a potential, I suppose, could be for that sort of technology would be anybody who's receiving money from the government in any form, shape, they would probably have to do these tasks through this crypto payment system, which has been patented in last 2020 was it or 2019?
What, the patent 666/2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about energy harvesting a lot in our midweek chat, weren't we, in the Guardians?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It seems to be a recurring theme here. Yeah, I got sent something from something on the messenger during the week about a new type of wearable technology which harvests your personal energy, and then sort of powers all your devices and stuff like that. Then you wonder, like, is all of the energy it's harvesting going directly to your devices, or a little bit of that energy being siphoned off somewhere else? Yeah, makes me wonder.
Yeah, I think some of it's I think most of it's going to the gods, as we say.
Yeah, and we're going to be going into a bit more detail when I go through my slides in a bit about the exactly how much energy harvesting went on this week. So I'm glad you've joined us early.
Yeah.
Have
I missed much?
No, you haven't missed much, to be honest. I just went through a few. Well, you missed some pretty sick Virus Man memes, to be honest. But no, we haven't really got down to the fillet, the rabbit yet. So here's a good one, exclusive. How long Coviets could be cured by a monthly dose of the procedure? A monthly dose of the procedure could cure long Coviet. I'll just repeat that. A major British child is about to find out if this would work. So here's a couple of new problems which could be now cured with a monthly procedure. Well, the first one is erectile dysfunction, because that is not only a symptom of long Coviet, it's also just a regular symptom of Coviet as well. So now, if you go to your doctor and say, "Oh, so I've got erectile dysfunction," you're probably going to get diagnosed
as having long COVID,
as having long or short Coviets, floppy Coviets, as the case may be, and the cure for your flaccid Coviet to make you have an erect deck chair again and you reignite your third force would be actually having a monthly procedure. I mean, like, this is...
Or you could just go to your local pharmacy and get yourself some of those magical tablets that are coloured blue to help you get erectile situations.
But they won't
again.
cure your Covietism, though, will they? Whatever next. But we've got to be careful, because obviously we never give out medical information or certainly not advice. I would never advise anyone to do any of this.
Yeah, make sure you go to a highly qualified professional, such as we've already got in power.
Yeah, Health Chancellor Gates is obviously the pinnacle of medical expertise. All right, now we're going to get onto some more occult stuff. Okay, now on the subject of 33, the double magic number. Does anyone remember a few weeks ago when I did my breakdown of the Southeast Asian countries of scariants, and I found a scary amount of 33s in them? And what I said was, out of all the countries, the country which really had the most 33s was Thailand. Not only was a 33-year-old man from Egypt bringing in the Thai variant, there wasn't only 33 cases in London. The name of the Thai variant is C363. Now, C equals 3. So that is basically 3 sixes and 3. Or it could be shown as 33666, right? So when I saw this, I instantly said, right, I'm calling it. This is the country, Thailand. Out of all of these countries, Vietnam, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, they're all having their variants. This is going to be the one that gets absolutely schwabbed. Okay?
For sure.
Now, I've got friends in Thailand. Lo and behold, what's happening this week? What's going down? Basically, all foreigners leave the country. Thailand, when they lock down, they go hardcore. They're about to actually go full Coviet and lock down. So it's happening. Thailand weighing up more lockdown measures as COVID-19 cases surge. Now, here's the funny thing, obviously, about Thailand as well. It had very low numbers of the Covietism, and it had very low numbers of spearing. And I spoke to my Thai friends, and I was like, you need to be careful, you're about to get schwabbed. They said, no, our president is a real rogue. He's like Putin. He's an asshole. He would never be part of the plan. Well, I said, bad news. Bad news, guys.
Oh, my days.
Bad news. Professor Klaus Schwab, founder of the... Right, you can see the picture. Here is the president of Thailand with Klaus Schwab in 2019. If you type in Thailand, Build Back Better, the Prime Minister of Thailand gave an opening remarks at the 77th session of SCAP and reaffirmed Thailand's readiness in the partnership and the member states in building back better, resilient to the COVID. So, yeah, it looks like silly old me has made a prediction that's come true again. Thailand is about to get schwabbed really heavily.
Yeah,
so
it looks that way, doesn't it?
It certainly does look that way. And my friends in Laos, big up Mickey, he's been showing me all the anti-Thai propaganda in their news, because Thailand apparently is not taking Covietism seriously enough. So yeah, just remember when I said that. So look what happened. Okay, right.
The big man went
Branson.
to space, didn't he?
The big man went to space.
Before the other two big men.
Or did he?
Well,
did he?
this is the other thing. That's correctly.
Or did he? Would you like to interject and start us off with the
Put that on the edge.
brand sun chat in the Guardians?
No, you can carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so here we've got a picture of
I'll chime
Branson, and we've got Elon Musk. Right. Just a couple of dudes who could literally end world hunger, but they play silly space games instead. Okay. Right now, here we've also got old Bezos in the mix as well. The existence of a space race between billionaires is a clear sign these people are not being taxed nearly enough. Yeah, it's a bit of a same old story, right? This way, we're getting better. I spent billions on my pretend spaceship rather than feeding starving children because I'm a wanker. Yes,
That's
yes,
brilliant.
you are. Okay.
Wasn't he the one that was crying because he didn't get bailout?
Well, funny you should say that because the meme on the screen right now, man, who only last year asked for 500 million of UK taxpayers' money for a furlough scheme is amazed to find 1 billion down the back of the sofa to fund his space flight dream. What a fucking leech! Like, didn't he sue the
Complete
NHS
leech.
as well?
Yeah, he did. That's right, because
Was involved with the
Virgin Healthcare didn't get a contract, so they sued the NHS for the money that they were supposed to get from that contract,
That's right.
Which is our money.
which is our money. Exactly, that's correct. Retarded, in my opinion.
Hmm.
He didn't provide the service, so why should he get the money?
Yeah.
So we paid twice.
Well, imagine suing the NHS, which is supposed to be like the socialised healthcare programme for the country.
That's dark, isn't it?
It
Really.
is dark, especially when you're a billionaire. Yeah. So, okay. So here he is in his spaceship. I would just like to look at the window and look at the horizon of the Earth. Look at the shape of it. It's actually concaved.
That could be the window.
No, it's obviously the window. That's what I'm pointing out. I'm just pointing out how distorted these windows look. Just pointing it out. Okay. So, someone tell Richard Branson that 50 miles up is not outer space. I can't get a solid answer of how far up he actually went. I can't get it. However, the story
says there 46,000 feet.
he went much higher than that.
Yeah.
Okay. But this meme here says he never penetrated the firmament, hence still a virgin. This is a good one for any flat earth massive. He hasn't penetrated the firmament. He didn't get through the atmospheric hymen and get into outer space. He is still a virgin. Right. So here's where we start to get weird. Here's a screenshot of one of the videos. Branson describes an extraordinary space flight that happens to be 338,000 views. So we've got a 33 in there. Why not? It's just a random 33, obviously. Oh, right. So the other problem was, oh, who's that coming back? Is that word nerd? Come on. Right. So here's my post on Facebook. In space, no one can hear kids scream. 33 seconds long too. Who would have thought it? So yeah, Richard Branson posted a video on Virgin Galactic, like a little clip, and it happened to be 33 seconds long. Just happened to be. And the video below, which was his slightly longer version, if you lost the sound, on the Richard Branson page, was 3 minutes and 13 seconds long. So there's two 33s there again. Now obviously, there was a naysayer that said, no, the video's 32 seconds long, actually. But then we got reply with 33 replies. Big up, Des Beddoes. So yeah, there's a lot of 33s in old.
You coming on the show?
We'd love Des Beddoes to come on the show, but I don't think he wants to come on. He thinks we're gonna ambush him. We don't. We want him to ask us questions. We don't want to ambush him.
Trying to debate via text on Facebook is not the best way. It'd be much better live.
Much better live, because you can actually get to discuss things and have a conversation with it rather than like writing your message while someone else has already replied and thinking, oh, I've got to reply to that one of that. Yes, it's not the best way to communicate. So yeah, 33 replies. Right, now this is where it gets quite interesting. This is the video that you put up of the live feed of how of what happened. Okay. I'm just going to play it. Now, in the right top hand corner, we have the altimeter, which shows the altitude of the plane. At roughly 2 minutes 30, I'd like you to watch what happens, okay? I'm just going to play this. Oh, I'm going to get an echo there, so let me just turn. Oh no, we're not sharing the screen. You can't hear it. So watch the altimeter up here. Right, did you notice that it's gone to 0? I'm just going to rewind it a little bit. So it's going up, and all of a sudden, it goes to 0. The altimeter goes to 0. I'll just play it through, actually, and then we'll go. There's a problem with the stream. The stream cuts. It's still at 0. No, you're at 0. Right. Okay. So as we see, there was a problem with the stream there.
There was, but they were still able to accurately do the speed and the Mach level.
So they reckon. But I would like to pull you back to this. Before it goes to 0, there's a number on the screen. It's 179,000 feet. Okay. Does anybody know what 179,000 feet is in miles?
No, go on.
We can guess.
Do I need to do it? It's 33 miles.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, it is. Anyone can do it. Google 179,000 feet.
So just before the feed cuts.
Basically, he hit 33 miles up. The feed cuts, goes to 0, and then it...
Is that when you hit the firmament?
Potentially. I've just realised I've cut in a bit of Rise Above Studio
did
on this
notice
video
that as well.
by accident. Yeah. Well, what's that? I don't know. Is that where the firmament is at 33 miles up? But it's super weird. Super weird. Who
Yeah,
I mean,
that is really weird.
but Des Beddoes also said, well, it's a shame. It was actually 33.9 miles. That figure there, still 33. Oh, shame it wasn't 175,000 feet to make it exactly 33 miles. I was like, what? You want it to be exactly 33 miles? I said, well, if it was exactly 33 miles, would that have made a difference? I'm not sure. Who knows? So also this week, Rise Above episode 33 reached 3.3 thousand views.
Yep.
3,300 Freemasons can't be wrong. I
saw that as well.
And actually, look down here. Was there a 33 on there as well?
Yeah, it was 33 other people.
Yeah, yeah.
Jan Slater, Raluca Maria.
Yeah,
and 33 other people.
Yeah. We've got another one here. This is all things that people have sent me that they've screenshotted. King's College London estimates scientists estimating 33,118 people were catching the virus every day last week. For comparison, they said 33,723 people were getting infected every day during the previous spell.
But it's not 33. It doesn't count.
It's not exactly 33, so it doesn't count because it's 33,723.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Let's think about this for a second. They're telling you that the amount of infections are basically the same as last spell. Why is it a headline if they haven't gone up or down? Why would you just say, yeah, this was 33,000 and this was 33,000? I don't know. It's not the last time we're going to see the double magic number tonight. So what are your thoughts on this Brand Sun expedition in the Guardians?
Personally, I think I don't think it was a coincidence that it coincided with the soccer.
In what way?
Well, connected to this energy harvesting. Well, not just myself, but most occultists that have been following current events have all said the same thing, that it's a ritual. 100% ritual.
100% ritual.
Yeah. So I think did I mention it on Wednesday?
We did, but we're going to cover a lot of ground that we did on Wednesday. We're just going to go a bit deeper.
Yeah, so what it would mean is that what they're telling us is that in order to get any altitude in life, because remember they are actually saying that this will be for everybody at some point in the future, that they're pioneering the way so that everybody can go up there, wherever that is, or whatever that is. But what they're also saying is that it's only the wealthy that get to go there at the moment, because you've got Bezos as well,
Yeah,
who's due to go, is it this week or next week?
I believe so. Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
all basically the billionaire class.
Yes.
All the competing billionaires.
Yeah, so they're basically materializing the sort of transcendence of the metaphysical. So they're saying, look, the only way you can get up there is to be a billionaire, but we may be able to assist you in the near future, so that all the peasants can go. But I think what they'll do is they'll just stick headsets on everybody, and it'll be just augmented reality for the peasants.
That wouldn't surprise me at all, because it was talking. It was an expected 250,000 just to go to the outer edge of our atmosphere, and then to go further is a bit more or something. I was reading in the papers or the news or whatever.
I was also sent a link by someone that there was like a big a cryptocurrency like conference with Branson straight afterwards, and he was selling it in crypto.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
No.
So
I heard
what's the concept behind that then?
I don't know, but it was just sent to me. He was set there on a panel. It was like a live stream, and he was basically talking about how accessible it was, but all of the prices were in crypto. Of like his journey.
What, in which crypto? His own currency?
Well, a number of different cryptos. I only saw a couple of minutes of it, but I thought it was interesting because he was sort of like, not even talking about how much it cost in currency, but just in crypto. I don't know. Did anybody else see that? Let us know.
No, I heard about it. I did actually hear part of his interview or sort of debrief, and it was 100% NLP language. I don't know if you can play it at all.
We probably could find it. This is where you come in, Homer Beats.
You have to give me the mouse.
I will give you the mouse.
Don't Homer Beats sound like Andy PG? Maybe because you're both called Andy, or maybe the microphone has a special.
Oh, you've got
filter on it.
Andy PG settings on the microphone.
I do.
Right, there
Actually,
you go.
that's well spotted, Sam, because that is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, you can Jamie that over there. So what was it? Richard Branson's speech after we landed.
I only heard some of it. I'm not sure how long it is. I don't think it's very long. But it's using NLP in the language. And is basically inferring that it's like it's not real.
Was it a news conference?
No, it was like an official.
Yeah. Go for the 4-minute one. Incredibly beautiful. For CNN.
Okay. Oh, that's his account of what it looked like.
Oh no, we want the video.
Yeah, don't worry if you can't find it, but
No, this is a video. No, I think this is him talking about his technology. If we go back, I reckon this is the one. 5-minute one. Speaks to report. Is this the one where he's on the stage on the blue carpet?
I only heard the audio.
Okay. Do you want to show the screen?
One sec. I have to move this over here, and then I have to change. I need to mute these two so I don't get the echo. Share that screen again with the audio like that. Look at that in real time. Boom.
I'm a PG. That's hilarious.
Aim a PG. Right. Accept all. How do we play this then?
I know I said it from the spaceship, but I just want to say thank you to every single person who has believed in Virgin Galactic, the team who have worked so hard to make this dream come true. Love you all. It's 17 years of painstaking work and the occasional horrible down, but by and large ups with it. And today was definitely the biggest up. So thank you.
That's it. Is that the right one in the Guardians?
Yeah.
Okay, I've just have to mute you because it
All
will
of you.
cause an echo.
Love you all. The mission statement that I wrote inside my spacesuit was to turn the dream of space travel into a reality for my grandchildren who are here, for your grandchildren, and for many people who are alive today, for everybody. And having flown to space, I can see even more clearly how
But you didn't fly to space. Even Neil Snake and deGrasse Tyson said he didn't fly to space.
Virgin Galactic is the space line for Earth. We're here to make space more accessible to all, and we want to turn the next generation of dreamers into the astronauts of today and tomorrow. We've all of us on this stage have just had the most extraordinary experience, and we'd love it if a number of you can have it too. And with that in mind, I have some news. So today, Virgin Galactic is thrilled to announce that we have partnered with Amaze to open space for everyone.
To open space for everyone.
Wow, such a gentleman.
Such a gentleman.
And in response to Virus Man, yeah, he has got a Tony Blair mannerism.
Yeah.
How he talks is the way he structures sentences.
It's a bit Blairish.
It's very Blairish, yeah. I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Am I still muted?
No, you're unmuted now.
Yeah, so straight away he comes in with the word believe. So if you notice, he uses the word believe, dream, and dreamers. That's a technique. So they're getting you to visualize, to create it in your mind, like a vision.
Very powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very. For those who understand NLP, they'll understand what I'm talking about. But for those who don't, you need to look out for these key words where they're trying to get you. Excuse me. They're trying to control your imagination and tapping into your visualization. That's how they're implanting. So use these key words, and then he'll give a sentence. So in your imagination, so you start to believe it's real.
Well, if you think about, going back to what you're saying about the visualization thing as well, and the dream, it was pumped all across the media as he's going up. This is his dream since a childhood boy.
Yep.
Well, you can pretty much say about anybody really that at some stage in your childhood you thought, oh, it'd be wicked to go to space.
I noticed when he was in the rocket as well, he referred to everyone that was watching as children.
Yeah.
He was almost like infantilizing people, like, children can dream about doing this, but no, I'm a grown up and look at me, I'm doing it. He literally called everyone children.
Well, no, and also what that's doing
Adult
is
babies.
Adult babies.
It's playing into the emotions of parents who are realistically thinking that, well, they can't go because they're too old now, but their babies and children can. So for their children. So that's also another very strong technique for them to be using.
Now, for most people, if they listen to that, they wouldn't pick up on any of that. It's only because I understand how Occult speak and NLP works that I can spot it straight away. He uses it, Bill Gates uses it, and Elon Musk uses it. In fact, most politicians use it as well.
Yeah.
They always try and get you to imagine. Even the Great Reset is all about imagining in the new whatever.
Yeah. And you'll be happy. You will be happy. You have to imagine the future of when this changes and you'll own nothing. That's when you will be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I've studied NLP. I used to use it in door-to-door sales to be a more effective salesman.
Yeah, because one of the techniques is to get somebody to imagine where like, for instance, you have to kind of tell them what they want and then get them to imagine it. So that way you're just basically controlling their third force.
Yep.
It can be used. It can be used for you. It can also be used against you. I'd say for the most part, it's being used against the population.
For sure. From advertising right through to the politicians.
Yeah. All Solomon stars, as Godvaj says, the masters of the 33, the Solomon stars.
I was always under the impression that a hot air balloon already went to the outer regions of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
By August Piccard.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Well, what about the guy in the Red Bull thing?
No, that's stratosphere.
Was that any stratosphere, was it?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure, I haven't had time to look into it too much. I don't know if anybody else can do that while we're online, but I'm pretty sure that hot air balloon has already done what Richard Branson is claiming to have done.
I was under that impression as well. I thought that, I was always under the impression that whatever he has claimed to have done has already been done. It's just like maybe not commercially, it's only been done. All right, well, yeah, I suppose so. But wait a minute, Elon Musk isn't part of the military, is he? He's not a government contractor.
He hasn't personally been up there.
Right, okay. So all of his stuff has been unmanned?
I'm not sure about that. I think he's involved with the space station as well. I think some of his space rangers, whatever they call themselves. I think they've gone up there to support. I think they went up recently actually to the space station. But it's him, Bezos, and Richard Branson who have been fighting for this first billionaire to space.
Right.
The thing is, all of this is based on contemporary science, which is, for the most part of the problem that we're in right now is because we're living under contemporary science as opposed to objective science. The protagonists of contemporary science are what are actually known as the priesthood, or the consensus priesthood, or scientists.
The consensus priesthood.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a good comment from Francis Leader there. Where is she over here? No, that was the wrong one. Close. It was the next comment. NLP, common purpose, directing our power of manifestation. Absolutely. Good call.
Yep.
What have we got here? MC Shopping Centre. You're new. All of these celebrity billionaires are fake. Anyone who tells you they are geniuses is deluded. Yes, I agree. But these are the heroes of some people.
Yeah, it's very important to understand contemporary science. One of the first lessons that any occultist needs to learn is the difference between contemporary science and objective science. I mean, I can give you a list of some of the attributes of contemporary science. So you got like the priesthood, or the consensus priesthood. They're always atheistic, materialistic. Also, they flip-flop many laws, theories, and there's no hierarchy in terms of the way that the science is based. It's changeable, and that's a key thing. They're always changing the science.
Yeah.
As opposed to objective science is immutable. You know, it's a constant. Contemporary science is fragmented, and that's primarily because they can basically fudge science to suit the agenda. Objective science, you can't fudge it.
Can't be fudged.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, and it's governed by celestial influence and supreme intelligence. Just trying to think of the other things. It's unified as opposed to fragmented. So there's only one version of objective science.
Yeah, it's not split into like chemistry, biology, physics.
Yeah, and there's just three laws, but the laws apply on different levels in a hierarchy, and they're the two opposing sciences. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're being dominated by contemporary science, which means it's open to manipulation. Whereas there has been times in the past where objective science was in place.
How long ago are you talking?
Probably the Renaissance was the last time, and then all the way back to Atlantis, Egypt. But I'd say for the most part, probably the Renaissance was the last time that there was any form of objective science.
When there was still sort of like, you know, occult practitioners were the scientists back then.
Yeah.
Right, we're almost up to the hour. We'll have a little break at the hour. I'm going to play a little video edit that I made of last week's show, which actually came from a suggestion. It was a question that you asked in the Guardians about Keith Flint out of The Prodigy.
Oh, yes.
being a shaman. Is he a shaman or not? And we had a little chat about the rave scene, the occult influences, the esoteric side of it. And one of our viewers, Dan Fuentes, really enjoyed it and said, "Oh, that was a brilliant little chat." So I made a little edit of it, and we'll show that in just a minute because we just come up to an hour, so we'll have a little break. I need to get a drink. All right, let me get that on. All right, so big up everyone. It's Rise Above.
Rise above.
Generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
So yeah, here's a little edit from last week's show. It's only 5 minutes long. Got a bit of music in there as well for the break. A bit of me emceeing from last week. So we'll be back very, very shortly. Rise above, everyone. Where is it? There we go. Welcome to my Anti-Coviet Lemonade stand. Anti-Coviet Lemonade stand, I hear you cry. What the hell is that? Well, 16 months ago, the Coviet Union dashed away my career and handed me a bunch of lemons. And as I've said before, when the Coviet Union gives you lemons, don't just make lemonade. Construct a bespoke lemonade stand and start knocking out artisan anti-Coviet lemonade. Here is my lemonade stand. It's called Rise Above. By the way, we also serve rabbit too.
Sorry, the Prodigy. What's your take on the lead singer? Do you think he was a shaman? Do you think there's something more than what the media told us about the whole story?
You know, that whole shaman thing through rave culture, it's because the beats are tribal, the beats are transcendent. And when you listen to that type of music, you need a shaman or an MC to guide you through that metaphysical, that sonic landscape.
I'm a lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses locked in a vault, yearning for scriptures hidden in a tomb, burning pictures in deep catacombs, learn the prophecy buried in dirt. That's why double L's heavy with words, draw for the sword, bury them first, samurai tongue, severing nerves.
Well, it's not a coincidence if you watch the Matrix movies. You've seen the parts where they have the dance, like they have a rave, don't they?
I wish Homer Beats was here to talk about this. He'd be great to talk about this, man. When I did my degree at university, I managed to write my dissertation on dance music culture, rave music culture, and its impact in the UK. So I actually studied rave culture academically.
Focus, intent, remember, execute, manifesta, fires the system that he presents from. Inner guardians, inner protector, inner guardians hidden within, deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The room goes quiet when the drop of a pin is loud in your ear, mate. Now we begin.
But the origins of dance is meant to be it's a sacred ritual where you don't dissipate your energy, you actually cultivate it through movement, through abandonment. Yeah, it's a recharge.
Observing a group experience of people coming together and dancing in a way that they would lose themselves within the collective, but it would be akin to a spiritual experience.
Break it down to the first principle, apply trivium, analytical, quadrivium, metaphysical, never horizontal or literal. We're ascending, not traversing, in a standing without rehearsing. Feed the parasite, serve the serpent, save your essence from eternal thirsting.
I've got a bar about it. That's why the massive rave together in hordes to feed off the energy source. A crowd of people moves to the music in sync. That creates an aura beyond what you think.
A brand new earth is emerging, while the evil energy serving the demiurge is determined to drain your soul with guilt and burden. Cruel nursing, no reversing, a sack of moon fertilizer bursting. You've got to put the work in away from this message MCs are shirking.
And that was something that I wrote based on what I'd studied from what rave culture is. That it was about exactly the same reason that tribes and occult groups would dance to these tribal repetitive drum beats, which is essentially what rave music is.
Nowadays everybody wanna chat. Nowadays everybody wanna spit. Nowadays everybody bum wax. Nowadays everybody wanna mix. Nowadays everybody wanna chat like they got stories to tell. Same old crap when they touch the mic, they all sound like shite. These motherfuckers out there, they forgot about L.
Got the opportunity to be on stage in front of thousands of people, but I'd studied this stuff before, so I took that knowledge, that discipline, that understanding with me, and I always treated it like a martial art. Take them on a journey. That was always my aim when I would always go and perform.
I oppose all Coviet forces. They can come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise Above is a mental fortress. The moat's deep, the walls are enormous, built of knowledge of multiple sources. You can't storm us, not climbing the pile of glorious corpses.
Entheogenic drug use, like MDMA, like LSD, like psilocybin. People that live through that generation where those type of drugs were very commonplace are going to be, by default, having a conscious shock.
Yo, let me welcome you to the Coviet Union. Human rights, you're losing them. Young minds, we're abusing them, grooming them with that toxic pollution.
Because I'll say it right now, the first time you get a really good hit of MDMA, that is a conscious shock. That will change you. It can. I've seen it change people. I sound like Brian Harvey now.
Had to get that off my chest. Gosh.
But for me, that's what 90s rave culture was all about. It was a kind of sort of techno, urban, sonic shamanism.
Yo, it's all Schwabian and Malthusian. It's like, problem, reaction, solution, isolation and seclusion, fourth industrial brain transfusion, a self-sustaining collective illusion. Yeah, they're trapping themselves in a show like Truman. It's kept in check by Karen and Susan. What? Don't let the Coviet Union grind you down. Welcome to Rise Above.
Welcome to Rise Above, everybody.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome
Here we
back.
go.
It's Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Welcome back, Inner Guardians, and welcome back, Word Nerd. Yeah, did everyone enjoy that little edit? I had fun making that on Saturday. I don't often get time to do the video editing. Rhubarbs. Is that short for rude bars? Rhubars. Rhubarbs. Snowballs. Oh no, they're talking about pills. They're talking about ecstasy tablets. Rhubarbs, snowballs, Mitzi's doves. Right, okay, I get you. Yeah,
It is Friday night after all.
it is Friday night
And it's
after
Rise
all.
Above.
And we are of that age group, that 35 to 55 bracket.
Don't forget the red pills could be seen as a rhubarb.
Of course, a red pill is a rhubarb. Love it. Big up Marcus. Welcome back, Inner Guardians. Welcome back, Word Nerd. How's it going? Oh, Word Nerd's gone. No, he's not.
I like the fact we're frozen on this screen as well. I
Are
like
we?
the post. Oh, unlucky.
It seems like our stream is having connection issues. Can everyone see us all right? Let us know if it's sounding okay. So, something weird was going on here. Okay, we're still going. We're still here. Rise Above. Inner Guardians, can you hear us?
You muted them
How have we muted them? They're not muted.
on the screen there.
No, I haven't muted them.
Interesting. No, these are muted.
No, they should be
Apologies,
muted.
that's the crucible.
Inner
outside.
Guardians is not muted. We should be able to hear him. Why can we not hear him?
Maybe he's otherwise engaged.
Okay. No, he's speaking. Look.
Oh.
Let me put you two out and try again. Sorry about this, guys. Inner Guardians, welcome back. Look, he's talking, but can you not hear Inner Guardians? Because we can't hear him.
Hi, Gary. Who else in the chat room then?
Can everybody else hear Inner Guardians?
Well, Nick is saying we can hear you and see you and hear you.
Yeah, but, well, everyone can see us and hear us, but they can't hear Inner Guardians, which is very strange.
And also a very important fact of our show.
Yeah, we kind of need him to carry on. Let's try Word Nerd. Word Nerd.
Is this one down? Is that one up?
Huh?
On the Queef Master?
The Queef Master Pro is... No, they can't hear Inner Guardians. Oh, right, okay.
There we go.
Welcome back, Inner Guardians.
Salutations.
That's better.
Splendid.
Don't know what was going on there.
No, I kicked myself out.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I think there was a little problem with the connection, maybe.
I got my card.
Did you check that edit of our little conversation last week?
Yeah. It just reminded me, actually. You mentioned, is it Karen and Susan?
Yeah, a fourth industrial brain transfusion, a self-sustaining collective illusion, trapping themselves in a show like Truman, kept in check by Karen and Susan.
Yeah. Right. Is there a male equivalent to Karen and Susan? Not. Because I had a thought the other day when I was attempting to go shopping. And Karen and Susan, they get a bit of a hard time, don't they? They get a bit
They
of a
do.
Now, actually, when you think about it, right, although they're probably a bit of a pain in the backside when you're trying to go shopping, at least they're out there. You think of all the alpha males that are hiding under the kitchen table for like nearly a year. They're the ones that should be pulled out.
Yeah,
Do you know,
because
I
at
was
least
thinking this earlier on, actually. I was sat with a few friends. I was watching a group of what I would classify as alpha males. And they were complete Coviet cucks. And yet the wife of one of them was not. She was completely anti-quacks and anti-Coviet.
She was red-pilled.
Yeah, completely. And they didn't know what to do.
What, was it one of their own group?
It was one of their own group.
And they couldn't cope with her.
They didn't know what to say to her.
She
They
had
just- it
regained
went
her third
silent.
force. She
Yeah.
was ready to tell the truth back with what was going on.
And it silenced the whole group of these boys. Like, you know, they're
But they might have been all roo, but really they were actually flat deck chairs.
Well, no, they got flattened. They did after she spoke. They didn't know what to say, and that it was really good to see, because it's sort of what Lee was sort of trying to say as well. I think about these guys, this type of guy, you know.
Yeah, I suppose
I was in the opticians the other week, and everybody was all sort of gimped up with the masks, and it was very creepy actually. Anyway, there was one elderly lady who didn't have a mask on. She stood at the reception, and she actually stood there, and she was saying it really loud, like, "I'm not wearing a mask. It's such a stupid idea. breathing your own exhaust fumes. Since when was that healthy? She stood there and just said it like that, and I thought, fair play
Fair
to her.
play.
Excellent. That's what we need.
Well done.
But her husband was wearing a mask, looking down at the ground, like embarrassed.
Because here's a phenomenon, and I've noticed this. If you go onto YouTube and you type in Karen videos, like Karen freakout videos, many of the Karen freakout videos are actually anti-mask, anti-vax women who are in a supermarket or in a place of communal gathering, and they're actually saying they're being forced to do something they don't want to do, i.e. wear a mask, track and trace, and they're actually kicking right off.
Yeah.
But the people that have made the videos are obviously NPCs or normies, and they've labelled them Karens.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, this is actually just someone sticking up for themselves. This is when me and the Empress, we often watch these stupid videos just to let off steam. I'm really disappointed in if we find a new channel and they describe people as Karens who are actually sticking up for themselves, or against the Coviet Union. Because to me, that's not being a Karen.
No.
No, that's standing up for what you believe in.
But what is being a Karen? Is a Karen falling on a certain side of the argument, or is a Karen just being that person that's in your face going, "Wow, wow, wow, I'm calling the manager"? Is it a preloaded
I think
supposition?
That's a job's worth, isn't it?
It's linked to the sort of left-wing feminist type, I believe. That's the origins of it. And then it's been used to describe such as like the ladies that you just mentioned. I think that the origins is sort of left-wing feminist with pink hair.
Yeah.
Or no, red hair, whatever it is.
Yeah, bright red hair.
Yeah, and they work for the council.
And they work for the council. Right.
Is a mask a medical treatment? I don't think it can be seen as a treatment. Can it? It's a preventative measure, I think, is how they're advertising it, isn't it?
Well, is it? That's a good question. Is it a treatment? Because we found out something else is a treatment this week, didn't we?
That's right. Yeah. Well, it's angling that it's a treatment, isn't it? Well, no, actually, no, because on the CDC website, it is a treatment.
Yeah. We found out this week in the Guardians, or Omar Beach did rather. Well,
actually, I mean, the link came through magic. So
yeah, we've all seen it. That basically part of the medical misinformation beef
could be
that if you describe a Pfizer Christmas miracle or a mode RNA as a quacksine, it's actually medical misinformation because it's not a quacksine.
It's a treatment.
It's a treatment. You familiar with this?
Yeah, I think there's something in that. Yeah,
it would make sense, wouldn't it? And that's why, if you
and that could be why you have to have repetitive treatments, because a quacksine shouldn't really need top up.
No, should be a one-shot deal, shouldn't it? Oh, was it back in the day?
Well, some of them you need maybe two. Like, for example, you go to South America or to some of these countries where you've got malaria or yellow fever. You have to have a couple of like I think there's, for yellow fever, I think there was two I had to have when I went to South America, and I think malaria, I think is one tablet now, isn't it?
I went to Thailand and Laos for 10 years. I never took anything once.
Do you know what?
There's no money in cures, is there?
No, there's not. That's right. There's not at all. And the other thing as well, yellow fever. When you go to the Amazon, none of these guys need to have the yellow fever treatments or vaccines. They only eat the foods which contain thiamine, which is...
Wait a minute, are you giving medical advice?
No, I'm telling you what the locals do in the Amazonian area.
Health Chancellor Gates does not support this message. Eating food from the jungle to stay healthy. What?
It's terrible.
Yeah, but the first principle is that all food is medicine, or should be.
You are what you eat.
Yeah, it's medicine. That is our medicine, is the food that we eat, as long as it's the right food. Unfortunately.
Well, wouldn't you say it's more of a, what's the word for preventative? A prophylactic? Something that you eat. Yeah, is that the word? Have I got that right? A prophylactic, something you take to avoid getting sick or to avoid disease. So you could say that a balanced diet of getting the right intake of food is actually a prophylactic rather than a medicine. I would say.
I heard somebody make a point when they calculated how much had been spent on all of this nonsense. If they'd have spent it on like good food, that would actually be the cure.
Well, what was the last one that I uncovered? The latest advertising campaign budget for the Coviet Union in the UK, I think it must have just been in the UK. It's like 200 million. And I said that was only like that's the same as the latest Star Wars movie.
Wow. That's outrageous. If you look at the actual balance there between the two, that's outrageous.
Yeah, it's a 3-year contract for constant updates. Right, I need to mute my phone. we will speak to Diego Tequila in a bit because he wants to tell us how great our show is. Right, let's get back to the slides because we have got more to cover. Because we're talking about energy harvesting, and that's why we've got a picture of the parasite coming out of the moon this week.
Let thy food be thy medicine. I think it was how did you say his name? It's not Hippocrates, is it? Hippocrates, yeah.
I don't know.
Because I look at that.
Is that the guy that the first ever hypocrite? Hippocrates.
Yeah. That's what always comes to my head.
Invented being a hypocrite. In the Guardian, you must be able to help us out with ancient Greek philosophers.
He's looking like the Hippocratic Oath and all that.
Yeah. I think that's where that comes
Is that way?
from.
Is there actually a person called Hippocrates?
I think so. Don't quote me on that, but I think there was. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Learn something every
Yeah,
day
he's like
and rise above.
the godfather of medicine.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
I thought that was Health Chancellor Gates.
Well, he's the new godfather. Don't forget.
The new godfather. The new daddy on the block.
The priesthood of consensus.
the priesthood of consensual self-slaughter. Yeah, just another little tidbit here. This is my local newspaper, the Daily Echo. I just literally read this of the future of religion is 33.
Region.
Yeah, I know, but in my head, when I first saw this, I said this is the future of religion 33. I just disregarded everything else on the page. Future of the region, 33,000 homes. Okay. Sorry, we can't get away from 33 just yet. This is a classic. Look at this. Scams rocket by 33% during the scamdemic. So during the world's largest scams have risen by only 33%. I think this is inaccurate. I would say it's much more than 33%. All right, guys, if you're getting bored of me going on about 33, just let me know, but it just keeps flying in my face.
It's everywhere in life. That's the trouble. When you start looking, you see it everywhere. I even tried to coax out of it by looking for the ones, and 33's just popped up more.
Yeah, the more you...
I know, they fought back hard.
Yeah, you try to get out, it just draws you back in.
Just before we move on, there was something I wanted to mention about the Karen and Sue thing and speaking.
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry, we probably just freight trained straight over the top of you there, didn't we?
No, it's okay. Have you noticed that, like, speaking the truth is now an act of courage? It's like,
yes,
stating the obvious, and common sense is now an act of courage.
Well, this was something that the Undertaker, the guy who was the funeral director, he said something similar to that as well, didn't he?
Hey, do you want to know something crazy about that funeral director video? Leah Ahmed, one of our viewers, after he got it from Inner Guardians, he shared it to 20 or 30 people by email, and his internet got shut down for half the day.
Wow.
He told me today that happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful video, that Undertaker video.
Well, the Undertaker, he's a funeral director. I don't think
funeral director.
I think in that interview he even said that some of the things he said have been taken down previously on the previous interview he did.
I bet it has, because he was completely contradicting the whole COVID narrative.
Do you remember me saying ages ago that if you want to get first principles, why don't they go and check the account books or end of year books of all of the undertakers and funeral directors?
Well, people have in these public information requests. I must have seen 30 of them. And they split it down between burials and cremations, and they go back for 5 years. And there wasn't a single county that was up on the number of burials or cremations compared to the last 5 years or last year.
You know what I based my observation on? I've not seen any advertising campaign looking for assistants or helpers for the funeral directors in a pandemic. Now, you would have thought with all these unemployed people or furloughed, whatever, that they could all be recruited to help the funeral directors, because they must be, be really busy.
And also, what about how do you finance the funerals of all the extra people that are dying? Well, surely you would see extra adverts for funeral plans, for the cooperative funeral coalition, whatever. Because funerals cost money, like a wedding, they cost a lot of money usually, and it's an unexpected expense. So yeah, we're not really seeing any of that, are we?
Yeah, there should be grants for it, shouldn't they?
Yeah, even in that video, he mentioned that there wasn't any available funding for him, was there?
Yeah, you would have thought they would have gone to them first.
It's really interesting, man. I mean, when you mentioned this the other day, it really spun a thought in my head, and I've been looking into it, and it's what he says is really true. And there was 2 waves, he said. One when the nursing homes and the care homes got hit.
Yeah, when he was called into the care homes every night
at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning to do
and
these
people were dying
weird
of
manoeuvres.
regular things, and he was getting convinced to call it Coviet.
Yeah, and
we all knew this was happening last year.
and
Everyone
then
was talking about
his
it.
second wave was when the quack scenes hit,
Mm.
which is another interesting sort of realization.
Which is something we basically can't even talk about.
No.
Because this is a Richard Branson channel. We're an absolute strike virgin. We have not penetrated the firmament yet on this channel.
Obviously not.
I would have thought that he's very concerned for his well-being right now since he's done that video.
I would be.
I think so.
I would be.
Yeah, because that you know, if he provokes others to speak out, then it could be game over very easily, very quickly.
Let's hope that others do speak out.
Well, we're seeing a lot of speaking out recently. I mean, we always say this, you know, we always talk about the tipping point. We always talk about, the wheels falling off. But
if you think about it, right, the funeral director, he didn't say anything that we haven't been saying.
No, he said everything that all of the conspiracy theorists have been saying since early last year. I was contacted by a girl who I can't name, who works for the biggest local funeral directors down here, and she was showing me pictures of them sat around in the morgue on the, you know, like the cold table, which would normally always have bodies. They were eating Domino's pizza.
Playing cards. I
cards.
saw it, yeah.
Yeah, I showed you it, right?
Yeah.
And she said, look, please don't show it, but I want to let you know that we are absolutely sat here twiddling our thumbs. How many times do you think it happens where the room is sterilised long enough for you to eat Domino's pizza on the cold table?
Wow.
You're not no one's doing that straight. You know, you have to sterilise things, and where bodies would normally be coming in. She said, look, we're eating Domino's off the cold table. So it's like, they did it to show how quiet they were. I'm sure it's not something you normally do.
If you think about it, I mean, the quiet spell could be explained by the fact that they weren't allowed to operate. They weren't, you know,
Well, it could be. Well, we could also say it was caused by the fact that all the bodies were just being burnt at the back of the hospital.
Well, yeah, I suppose it could be. But I mean, they were having what's that? You know, they were having the online funerals, weren't they? Through that website, which I can't remember.
Yeah, but just because the funeral's online, you still have to deal with the body.
He made a very interesting point that the percentage of those that had requested cremation, they were taken out very quickly.
Yeah, that's right. He did say it, didn't he?
Yeah, so you got to be very, very careful what you put on your will, especially if you're elderly in a care home. If you put down that you want to be cremated, then you probably be cremated a lot quicker than you expected.
Because
Really
theoretically, if through cremation, if there was questions, there's no body to go and exhume and do a post mortem on.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing he did bring up was the extra ordering of the chemical. I can't think what it was called.
The embalming chemical.
Yeah. No, was it embalming chemical?
I haven't seen the whole video yet. I only had
No, it's the end of life.
End of life. That's what I thought it was. Thank you, Lee. Yeah.
Oh, the one that Hancock had shares in, midazoline or something.
That's what.
Yeah, they doubled it, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
double prescription. It's basically the euthanasia drug that's also to do with your respiratory system, so it stops you from breathing. It puts you to sleep.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people have, almost like how many care home staff, for all of their good work they do. I wonder how many of them have tried to encourage, you know, the sort of like self. When you sort of like start dying inside and you sort of giving up, you know, that because that all helps towards the end of your life, you know, to move you on.
They can like basically slow them down, removing stimuli.
Yeah.
You know, chances for outside fresh air. Hey, I've got people in my comment section that are carers, big up Laura, that are telling me harrowing stories that are like, because what's happening on the 19th, what most people don't know, is for vulnerable people. Yeah, people that have been allowed to go out for the last few months and have fresh air, they're all going back into isolation because everyone else is going out.
Yeah.
So all these people with learning difficulties, these people that are sheltered, disabled people, people with compromised immune systems, you know, people that are, you know, severely mentally disabled, they are now going to be put back into isolation, back into lockdown.
Do you know what? I actually didn't realise that was the case. Now, I overheard a conversation. I was walking through Boscombe earlier on, and there was a disabled man, and he was basically wanting to take his mask off, and his carer was like, "No, come on, you know, you can take it off while we're here, but when anyone else comes on, you've got to put it back on. And don't forget, until the 19th, you still have to wear your mask." And he was like, "But why do I have to wear my mask when everyone else is allowed to take it off?" And I don't think he could really grip the concept. And I thought I felt really bad for him. I thought, what? Why can't he just take it off then, especially when he's outside?
It's like, when
Now
was
I
there a law
understand
that?
why.
Where was there a rule that people had to wear a mask outside? And obviously, these people can't stick up for themselves if they're handicapped. They might not have any other people that come in and checking on them, sticking up for them against the. Let's hope that most carers are sticking up for them. Obviously, some are enforcing the rules, sadly, but it's a very, very, very hard situation.
And in the meantime, all of the politicians are on their summer holidays.
Yeah, I know. It's
They
atrocious.
pass the buck onto the individual. So it's now,
Onto the workforce. They pass it onto the workforce to reinforce the rules that they've put in place.
Have you seen all of the people that are now getting pinged on this test and trace?
Yeah, they said you can get pings through the wall of your house, or if someone walks past your house and you're sat in your front room, you can get pings.
Mate, I've been talking to some building contractors recently, and they've lost a lot of staff through these pings because they've maybe gone near a hospital. You're supposed to turn your
That's why
your ping
policemen don't turn it off. That's why if you work at Tesco's and you on the tills, you're not supposed to use it, because obviously you've got all those people going past you.
Yeah,
So-
and also the same as when you work in a hospital and things like that, But
Yeah.
The politicians
think
are deleting their app so they can go on their summer holidays, so they don't get pinged. That'll be the next story.
yeah, for sure.
Well, I heard stories as well of kids that were being taken out of school 1 week early before they're booked summer holidays with their family to avoid them getting pinged at school, and then they can't fly out of the country. And it's like, think about the backlash that this is having through the education system, through the workforce, through every different sector.
How are they getting away with that in schools? Because you're not allowed to do that.
They reckon that at any time, at least 25% of school kids in the UK are off isolating because of the track and trace, or because of someone at school. They can't be using the app. They must just be sending people at school at home because someone in the class has tested positive.
Hey, have you heard about this? It's really, really dark, right? Apparently, somebody can correct me, but this is, I guess it's kind of hearsay. I've not seen it officially. That they're going to bring in a new rule that in the schools you're not allowed mobile phones, and that's because they're going to basically, at some point, they're going to be going into the schools and just doing forced spearing. And what they don't want is the kids to start communicating to other classes or other schools that I guess they're kind of tactical spearers are going to be hitting the schools, and also they can't find their parents.
So they're knocking out the sentries. They're knocking out the spotters that could potentially. Yeah. Oh God.
Well, that is dark. If they are going to do that, that's dark.
What about that piece of propaganda you showed to me this week, Lee? That was the kids, like a cartoon with a real life kid in it, and wandering around the supermarket with the virus was chasing them, and they went to put on like a play mask. No, that's not good. Put on this mask, and it was like so sick.
Yeah. Do you know what? I actually think that there's a big proportion of the kids that are actually more switched on than we think. Probably from the age of maybe 9, 10.
Mm.
They're actually more clued up to what's going on than what we realise.
Well, did you see my section earlier of the new thing that's trending on Twitter? Hashtag clutch shot. It's the new big trending hashtag, and apparently it's all with teenagers and early 20s, and they're all hashtag, don't get the clot shot, don't do it. So there seems to be a kickback, a serious kickback.
Yeah.
What's this? The no mobile phone starts in the UK in January. Be warned.
Ashley, you joker.
Is that from one of the comments?
Yeah, Sam Carno was saying that, yeah. Yeah, a lot of things are being brought in, as we're going to talk about in a second, off the back of some of the other energy harvesting that's gone on this week. So let's have a look.
Apparently they bring a lot of this stuff in on a Sunday night.
When no one's watching.
When no one's watching and when no one's in Parliament. They must open up Parliament, especially, or do it in the House of Lords or whatever.
They probably do it on Zoom.
They probably on Zoom.
Probably do it on Zoom. So this is a scene I'm going to show you. This is before the bread and circuses harvesting ritual even started on Sunday. Let me just get a bigger screen. Let me turn that down. I don't think you can hear it. So yeah, absolute peasantry. In a minute, you just see people picking stuff up. Yeah, look at this. They're just chucking it in the air, and other people are nutting it. It's like they're not even throwing things at each other. They're just picking them up. Yeah, chuck
Alcohol and football.
Most of them look
a bit
like
of whoa.
most of them look like kids, to be honest. But so these are the scenes from, like, I don't know, where is this? Is this Trafalgar Square? Near there somewhere. Absolute filth. This is before the harvesting of the energy even started.
Well, this is the start of the harvesting.
Yeah. Well, it's before the proper ceremony started. But yeah, really crazy scenes.
Yeah, there was a lot of bad shit that happened that day.
A lot of bad shit.
It's a shame that sort of like thug group mentality and like drunken young lads kicks in, you know, and he takes a couple and then the rest think, oh yeah, right, let's go for it, it's fun, it's a laugh. It isn't really though, is it? Because it really messes with everything going on at the moment.
Well, I don't think this is doing anyone any favours, this
No,
type of stuff, is it?
No way. And
So-
what it is doing is, if you think this is a large gathering of people, whether it's a protest or a football group of people or whatever it is, and it's another negative thing of people gathering. So when we gather, as you say, Lance, we feed off that energy.
Yeah, we feed off the energy source. That's why the massive rave together in hordes. So
make it negative and they steal that energy. They're harvesting it that way as well.
yeah, harvesting pure aggression. So this is the two memes that really put it together for me. And the one on the right came from Inner Guardians. It's the massive Masonic toilet seat above the stadium. And the one on the left is the moment you realise you're just a piece of data carrying information as you move through a circuit system that has been designed to siphon your spiritual energy. And we've got like a microcosm of a motherboard and the macrocosm of a city. And they look startlingly the same. Now this goes into God-Vag theory. It's it comes back to the sort of ancient antiquitech of Tartaria. What were they harvesting out of the ether? Were they harvesting the electromagnetic energy? Well, it seems like now, in our post-reset world, and I said post-reset, not pre, that the polarity has been switched and the buildings are now used to harvest our energy somehow. We'll go into this a little bit more.
Well, think about some of the ancient buildings.
Yeah.
They were useful.
So there's a few numbers about the football game, the Bread and Circuses festival that happened. And I'm not going to concentrate too much on the numbers because they're all there.
No 33s. Oh, apart from that one.
Well, apart from the score,
Yeah,
2-3. That's 3 threes.
I only looked on the left-hand side of the screen.
Okay. So we've got 66% possession by Italy. A little 66 there, but nothing great. So, Stats Central. The stats go back to 1933. There's one. Italy were unbeaten in 33 matches. England hope that a partisan crowd will help them lift the first major trophy since winning the 1966 World Cup. So we've got recurring 33s and 66s. Now here's a good one. The total number of days between Saturday, May the 13th, 1933, and Sunday, July 11th, 2021, is 32,201 days. So that's 3-2. There's a 33 there again. Equal to 88 years. So there's quite some interesting numbers there. Italy were unbeaten in 33 games before this. And look at this one. Here we start to see the race harvesting narrative coming off. 7 News Australia. 3 black players failed in the penalty shootout, which lost 3-2 against Italy. Why would the headline say 3 black players?
I can't believe that's a headline.
I can't believe it's a headline either. If that is not blatant race baiting, I don't know what is. So, lots of double Solomon numbers in this energy harvesting ritual. So, after the inevitable last-minute penalty, and we talked about this on Wednesday in the Guardians. Many people that understand this mode of looking at things, you could have easily predicted that it was going to go right down to the last moment to squeeze the last drop out of our metaphysical grapes, as we were saying.
Yeah.
So, no more bread at the circus, peasants. Your emotional essence has been harvested and the parasite is satisfied. Get back to the Coviet Union. It's for your safety. And I posted that 11 o'clock in the morning on the 11th. And if you look in the right-hand corner here, don't become louche. I came across that just totally randomly. And a nice little picture of the parasite. And if you look down, how many likes has it got? Oh, no, you can't see. Let me get rid of the graphics.
Don't tell me.
One sec. Show not participant names. There you go. How many likes has it got? 66. Couldn't stop getting 33s and 66s. So here's a question we've had. Someone said...
Has to be a 66. There's 2 parasites.
Yeah, of course, 2 parasites. Someone said in the comments, like, well, how are they harvesting the energy? How would this work? What would be the mechanics of it? And I said, well, maybe it could be something to do with the stadium, because you've spoke about this before in the Guardians.
Yeah.
About large venues, stadiums, potentially being having a portal.
Yeah. Yeah, a landing portal.
So if we go up, maybe we've got the Masonic toilet seat.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like almost an open eye as well.
Yeah, they're landing portals for entities or gods.
And are we making the supposition that these are the entities which are feeding off the harvested energy?
Yeah, well, it's very complex. It's not going to be very simple to explain. I can try and communicate my understanding or understanding of
maybe just a bit of gist would go down a treat.
A little bit of gist.
Yeah, just a bit of gist. Twisted bit of gist out of it.
Right, okay. So, in Abrahamic religions, they talk about the worship of idols and stuff like that. Well, what that really means is there's when they talk about worshipping gods or idols, they're actually, these gods and idols are actually within, and they're called the gods of self-calming. Now, this is actually not a good practice. The practice of sending energy to self-calming. Now, it sounds good, and it sounds like it would be a very healthy thing to do. But what it actually translates to be is that self-calming is actually the energy that prevents you from looking at the situation in reality. So this is why when you speak to people that are following the narrative, they're actually performing a ritual of self-calming. Whereas, for instance, people like us, we're kind of shocked. We're receiving conscious shocks by what's taking place in front of us. It's not acceptable. Whereas for those that follow the narrative, they're just going along. They're going along with it, aren't they? Now, the reason why they're going along with it is because they're actually filled with the entity of self-calming. Because they're literally having their freedom stripped away and they're not bothered.
So what you're saying is that this self-calming, this defense mechanism, could actually be coming from an outside force?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called the gods of self-calming, which is the enemy of the awakening. Because you need to see reality for what it is. If you can't, then you're just going to go along with everything. You know, the powers that shouldn't be can dictate anything, and you just go along with it. And this is what people do. That's because they're being filled with the entities of self-calming. Like I say, for the occultists, for the mystic, self-calming is the enemy. I know it sounds kind of...
No, it makes perfect sense.
Let me link that to something you said earlier. So think about how NLP is used with us.
Yeah.
So that puts you into that mindset of you're being controlled anyway, and you've also got these pre-given coping mechanisms. So when you end up in a stadium and then you're told to wear a mask and you're told to do certain things, self-isolate when you do, all of that is inside you already. So you're already a sheep as such, or you're already a follower.
Self-calming programs already running.
So when they go to these stadiums, your mind and body and your energy is already primed for them.
Well, if you think about it, what is bread and
Your
circuses?
obedience has been...
Bread and circuses is a self-calming ritual.
Yeah,
that's what the Romans invented it for.
Yeah, even in the occult groups, this is the biggest point that's misunderstood. Because we would naturally think that self-calming is a good thing. You know, like reducing your anxiety and stuff like that, being really chilled out. It's actually a good thing. But think about it, right? When there's a shit show taking place, self-calming is not necessarily a good thing. You actually need to respond to what's taking place.
Yeah.
You need to have action.
It's actually so the denying force becomes like the pacifying force.
Yeah, the pacifying force is probably a better way of describing it. Self-calming, that's what it's known as. But I think a lot of people get confused with that because you assume that if somebody's calm, that that they're a good person, but it's that they're being calmed in the wrong way. They're being calmed by the entities or the gods of self-calming.
And who has a pacifier? Babies have pacifiers. That's what a dummy's called, isn't it?
Yeah, and if
adult babies have metaphysical pacifiers.
Yeah, and I don't know if I spot it every day in people. I don't know if you've spotted it. It's like you're literally sitting there, like thinking, "Wake up!" Like, why can't you see what's about?
Yeah,
to
how
take
could you?
place?
How could you possibly make the excuses for? Well, that's probably okay. No, I'm sure it'd be fine. You know, they already do this, so if they do that, well, what's the? Oh,
Yeah.
I've
So
got
what they're
nothing to worry
doing is they're looking for justifications. That is self-calming. They're worshipping the gods of self-calming, and to do that, you need a certain type of energy. So with these types of rituals and exercises where they harvest the energy, it's then used for self-calming of the population, bread and circus. That's self-calming. When, you know, if you were taken away, put in the back of a van, handcuffed, and then taken to a plantation and told, right, you're now a slave, you know, you'd be pretty pissed off.
Yeah.
Well, this is what's happening now, and people aren't bothered. They actually justify it. Well, it's
for our safety.
It's not really it's not that. You conspiracy theorist. You know,
It's
don't
for
be
the greater
silly.
good.
We think about like
They're coming after
general-
they're coming after the kids. Well, no, of course they wouldn't do that, would they?
No, it's never happened before, has it? In history, no.
No,
Bad things don't
since when has a government or a leader harmed the people or the population? It never happens.
Well, isn't democide is only the number one killer of humans in the world, isn't it? Death
Yeah.
by government. Democide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Officially number one killer.
So in a nutshell, these rituals and this harvesting of energy is all to do with the self-calming. Now, like I say, I've got to be really careful the way I explain it because I don't want people to misunderstand it. Because you'll often hear me talk about being calm, but it's being calm with the third force. Now, if you're trying to, for those who don't have the third force, they're linking up to the gods of self-calming. So it's like an artificial sedation to keep them in slavery, to keep them on the horizontal, for want of a better.
Well, that's what all the mod cons are for. That sedation, whether it's television or whether it's anything, the control of obedience. And if you think about the regular TV shows, it gives you the norms of behaviour of how you are told to behave, whether it's EastEnders,
Yeah.
or a chat show or whatever.
Setting the parameters of the mundane.
And also, you think about movies, they have these drastic things happen. So when you watch these actors do these things and how they react, it's already programmed deep in your psyche that's how you should react to this scenario or situation, especially if it's the hero of the movie, you know, or the lead actor of the series. Obedience is key to their game, and to sedate people in a mundane life, and that's how they're able to open up our energy and start to siphon.
Yeah, just siphon it off so easily with no resistance.
Because we're obedient to it. We're already relaxed and sedated in our lovely, comfortable lives.
Give it away willingly.
But you know, where this is all leading to, this this self-calming, the gods of self-calming, this is leading to the ultimate sacrifice, which will be the children. Now, we've been saying this from day one.
Yeah.
You know, the children, or save the children. I know there's certain, that's been hijacked, but deep down we all know that this is what they're after. And they always have. And we're being steered along this path that is going to take us to that will be the critical mass, the tipping point, and that will be the true test. You know, will the children be sacrificed? These are micro rituals leading to the mass or the major ritual and the harvesting. You know, if you think that soccer is harvesting energy, you wait till you see the what's about to come if it gets to that point.
Well, maybe they'll use their services to say that, you know, globally we're not able to look after our children, so let the state look after them in the way that we want to, in state-built centres, where they can be fulfilled in their in the biggest capacity and become the superstar that they should be, because the state can obviously do it better than the parents.
Yeah, well,
You know,
that's always been the plan as far as I've researched, is to replace the family with the state. And for,
Well, they've already removed the family pretty much. If I'm honest with you, I think over the years, removing the family, destabilising the home, makes the children who grow up to be the adults a lot more weaker in some respects, because you haven't got your immediate support group there. You have to look elsewhere, which means there's a whole lot of...
They're devoid of ancestor knowledge.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. I was going to say there's a whole lot of lost knowledge.
Weakening the ancestral line that passes down that knowledge from father to son, from mother to daughter.
Before we move on, I just want to make sure, did I explain this self-calming okay? I mean...
Yeah, no, that's as far as I'm concerned, that was a perfect explanation. It wasn't something I've heard put quite like that before, but it makes perfect sense to me.
Because even the occultists, for the most part, don't understand this. This is very deep knowledge. Very, very deep knowledge. And it's been hijacked so many times.
It makes a lot of sense if you look at the society we're presented and the way that we perform as humans. It's
well, you can see people. We all know people that have given their soul to the god of self-calming when it comes to this stuff. People that would normally you wouldn't expect to be fooled so easily. I've got a couple of examples of people that I've been desperately trying to give enough examples to show, look, how can I keep predicting what's happening if this is organically happening? And they still just can't see it because they want to self, oh, come on, Lance, it's, some of your work, but it's not all a conspiracy. It's like, listen, forget everything I've ever said about anything. This is the number one thing. This is it. This is something that's happening right in front of our faces. And you can, oh yeah, that's about JFK. That was all good fun. Yeah, moon landings. But this, no, definitely not. No.
Well, Rachel, that's a very good point. That's something I've actually worried about my own self. Is they're making it sort of like, if you don't take your kids for the glorious cure, then the state will take it because it's neglect or it's abuse of some description. And that's
okay. So
that is a concern.
So I just want to throw this in because this will kind of help elucidate what I've just been bringing forward. Righteous anger. Now, a lot of people get confused when, like, I don't know, a mystic or something is angry, because they sort of say, well, you should be chilled out, you should be in a state of meditation, you should be whatever, yeah? Well, no. Well, yes, and no. There's this thing called righteous anger. And to explain that in the best way or the easiest way is if you're walking down the street and you see somebody in trouble and you just go, yeah, chill out, yeah, stay calm, and you don't help them, don't do anything.
Join my meditation circle.
Yeah, you need to have righteous anger to evoke change. Because if you're just completely passive, then that's useless. That's equally as useless as actually as doing the damage. It's like a sin of omission.
Well, think about it. We have a range of emotions as a human. We're amazing, and to suppress one of those emotions and just have the majority of one, I think, is becoming unbalanced.
You have to have the full spectrum, or you don't have anything.
Well, you haven't got balance.
Yeah. We're not here to be just one thing. We're here to have a full breadth and range of experiences, whether it's emotion,
but I think,
whatever.
Tying it back into what Lee was saying about energy harvesting, a passive individual is much easier to lead, I suppose, toward that sort of thing.
Because the third force has been taken away. If the third force is not there, your triad is gaping. You've got one third of your triad is missing.
Legs.
Yeah, you are a flat deck chair that is totally open, splayed out. The seat's been cut. It's flapping in the wind, and there's an Italian flag on it. That was a great chat during the week. Record numbers for our midweek chat this week. So yeah, thanks everyone that tuned into that.
Yep.
Brilliant. Okay, so energy harvesting, the parasite, don't become louche. Right, now this is where it got really nasty. After they'd finished harvesting the energy of losing the match, here's what I said. Yesterday evening's energy harvesting obviously didn't quite hit the spot. All day the Coviet Union have been desperately trying to cultivate a fresh batch of negative emotion to feast on by stoking the flames of racial tension. How original. So again, we had 33 comments. Yeah, it's very predictable. We just saw that headline from what was it? Some Australian news.
Yeah,
3 black players. When do Since when is that a thing?
Do you know what annoys me is the media really trying to force the race war agenda.
But being so blatant as well, because I mean, I'm not going to go through these disgusting tweets that are like just the N-word or monkey emojis.
Mate, like, do you know what annoys me the most? But I've got to say, they're all cheering when one of those guys who they're having a go at took us to the final in the first place.
Mm.
You know what I mean? How hypocritical do you want to be, guys?
Let's face it, there are some pretty nasty, racist, ignorant assholes,
Saka
knuckle draggers, but they would
Saka
probably
is
have all
one
been
of our best
all been drawn to that bread and circuses like a magnet. So they were all there. So we're not going to pretend it wasn't going on, but we know that there's some media tomfoolery. So here's something that I came across that basically this was a breakdown of all of the offensive tweets and where they came from. They were mostly outsourced to India. 46% of them came from India. Now, some people saying, well, yeah, everyone in India is really, really racist. Guess what they also have in India? All of the bot farms and all of the physical human farms of people just sat there typing things on the internet. There are literally fields of those people and bot farms in India. It's all there. Same reason we outsource all of our call centres and our tech out to there. It is an emerging tech
It's one of
culture
the
there.
biggest industries they've got there as well. I mean, and to be fair, think about the unemployment is how it's helping.
They're raising hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, right? So
and think about the energy they're harvesting of all these people sat in those cubes.
Yeah. So I would actually hazard a guess that the reason that all of these racist tweets come from India is not because of Indian people are racist and they're abusing black footballers from India. I would say that these are bots or they are paid trolls. So, I mean, look across the screen.
Paid trolls, I'd go with that.
Yeah, paid trolls. Look across the screen here. This is the example of all the bots and all the fake posts like being pro-quaxine. There are hundreds of them. These pop up all the time. They're all exactly the same. I think it's disgusting. Masks are being, it's finishing masks, whatever. All exactly the same post from either bots, just from the algorithm or whatever. So if they're doing that for the Coviet Union, what you think they don't do that to stir up racism?
Oh, absolutely. To stir up anything they want to. If they wanted to have anything to discuss, so they can then present the real thing that they're really doing it for, they always use the media to stir up these common discussions.
Absolutely.
And things like the sitcoms and not the sitcoms, what they call like the EastEnders and Corrie and all that sort of lot. What's that group of TV shit called?
Yeah, the soaps.
The soaps. Yeah, I mean that's one of the key things of delivering these
predictive programming.
Yeah,
definitely predictive programming. So here's a good one. Toby Young says, to put the scale of the racist abuse to the England players receive on Twitter into context, The Guardian analysed 585,000 tweets and they found 44 to be explicitly racist messages. That is 0.0075% of the total. Can anyone see the 33 there?
Yeah.
Go on.
33.
No.
Go on.
75% of 44 is 33.
Oh, fuck off. Is it really?
Yeah, of course it is. Whoever pointed that out to me, thank you very much. Can't remember who it was.
I'm going out my calculator. I can't have that.
It is. 75% of 44 is 33. So you've got a 33 right in the middle there. But I'm going to say that unless Toby Young is in on it, this could just be divine intervention or a coincidence. Because Toby Young is obviously on the other side of the story. He's trying to sort of catalytically convert the race riot or whatever it is. Yeah. Here's a good one. This guy, Andrew Lawrence, this stand-up comedian.
I don't believe it. It is 33.
It's 33. I told you. Of course it is. He's one of the people. This guy.
I don't believe it.
This guy has got cancelled because he made this comment. All I'm saying is the white guys scored. Now, it's not funny. It's maybe a bit provocative, but it's certainly not racist abuse. And then he followed up with a tweet. I can see this has offended a lot of people. I'm sorry that the black guys are bad at penalties. Put your hands together. Now, I'm not sticking up for this guy. I don't think he's particularly funny in this. I'm quite surprised that he put this because I've seen some of his comedy and it's very good. He is anti-woke. He's anti-Coviet Union, which might be something to do with why he's getting cancelled. I don't know. But yeah, this guy's got cancelled from all the shows for this terrible racist abuse. I would say this is just, I don't know, a poorly made comment. It's not abuse.
Is it? He's a stand-up, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a stand-up comedian.
Right.
He's cancelled now, though.
Yeah, I know. I like stand-up. I look at it a lot. And I think personally, I don't think you should have any, not that I'm agreeing with what he's trying to provoke there, but there should be no restrictions on it. And you know, you look at some of the biggest comedians, Ricky Gervais. You know, he's quite often saying very offensive things, purely to highlight the freedom of speech, and also that comedy shouldn't be restricted, because we should all be able to laugh at each other.
Yeah.
You know, laugh with each other.
I can't see anything particularly offensive here. He's just stating the obvious. It's no worse than what the that news thing said. The 3 black men missed the penalties.
No,
It's exactly the same as what the mainstream media said. So, yeah, I'd say they're stretching. Now, here's a good one. Right, race confession. Dad was arrested for abusing Marcus Rashford, admits that he may have sent the tweet when drunk. So this guy here.
Unlucky.
Now, if you go further into the story, look at this bit. Race rhyme. Scott, who insisted he is not racist, I'm a quarter black South African, and my missus is and I'm married to a German.
Brilliant.
But it emerged that in 1999 he was married to the lotto granny Susan Hinty. Guess how much she won on the lottery?
33 million.
33 million. Boom, there it is. Right in the story. I mean, who would have thought it? So this is one of the guy making the horrible racist tweets, and he's got a 33 in his story as well.
Do you know
Yeah,
what,
just
right? You
saying.
know, think about this. They use keys and codes and imagery to say this is real, this is not real, look at this, don't look at this. Maybe 33 is one of those codes in that group of people where they say this isn't interesting to you, don't look at this.
I think it's more of a marker saying, like, this is our story. Because
something like that. You know what I mean? So
I
it's gotta be
definitely
an
think it's a
indicator.
marker. I've used the analogy. It's like a graffiti tag that the Queef Masons, like, we're in control of this story. This story is pushing our narrative. 33.
It's communication.
Yes, yeah, it could. What you think it could be communication to show others in the know that this is our. We're in control of this narrative.
Yeah.
This is the narrative. Yeah, that would make more sense.
Yeah, interesting. And we've also said that, and to go back, that anyone didn't see episode 33, that I believe personally part of the reason they put it in there is also the in-your-face mockery element as well.
Well, it's the numerical handshake. That's probably the best way to describe it.
There you go. Inner Guardian smashed
There we
it.
go.
Gosh. First gosh of the night.
Wow. Do you know what?
That's the longest time we've gone through Rise Above since the
was gonna
gosh
say.
button was introduced. 1 hour
almost-
and 55 minutes until the first gosh.
Almost 2 hours. That's
Yeah,
unreal.
in the next break in 5 minutes, we're going to have a message from Terra Slim. He recorded a
very
video,
nice.
and a 5-minute video. We'll play that in a little while. So where have we got to? How's everyone doing in the comment section?
do like a bit of Terra Slim.
Oh, Terra Slim's great. 200 people tuned in on our Rise Above Lite. Everyone's favourite lemonade stand. Okay, so yeah. During my week of internet techno shamanism, this is where I sort of ended it off. And this was, what day did I post this? A couple of days ago. I put, some people think I must post really random topics. I don't. Some have already worked out the connection between all of these seemingly unconnected things. If you haven't yet, keep paying attention, because the energy that connects all these things is building. And when it's revealed, it will be breathtaking. Literally the best apocalypse ever. And I dropped the dictionary definition of apocalypse because we talked about this last week, I think, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people that are in the know had no idea that this is what apocalypse meant. And yeah, I thought it was very fitting, because this is when I was sort of winding down from my energy download from last week. But yeah, it was a very, very revealing week, I think. As I'm sure everyone that's watching, yeah, what's everyone saying? Enjoying the show. You talking about this show or the clown show? This is like the after show. This is the weekly catch up of the Coviet shit show.
No, this is a therapy in the asylum.
The group therapy session in the asylum. Or the pre-asylum. It looks like they're building our asylum in Wellingborough, quite near to where you are. I think you need to go and do some investigation in the Guardians.
Maybe we should just take it over and have a Rise Above live.
Have a special Rise Above wing in that prison.
Rise Above rave.
Right, okay, so we are coming up to the
Go and
hour.
dig some trenches.
Yeah, start digging some trenches now.
Yeah.
So get some preemptive trenches in. That's some proper personal protection. Okay, so we're going to have a little break for 5 minutes, and we will have a message from Terra Slim. It's Rise Above. We'll be back in a sec.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Okay, people, sorry, give me 1 second. So, there's been a lot of talk about behaviour of people in the movement. Yeah, the freedom movement. Now, firstly, some of these complaints have been about my behaviour, and I've had someone say, oh, you know, like, as part of the freedom movement, you can't do this and you can't carry on the way you're carrying on and all this. Well, first thing I'd like to say is I'm not a part of any movement. Yeah, I don't know where some of these people got this idea in their head. Some people got this idea in their head. Me and them was the part of some set of the same movement. I don't know what their movement is to be a part of their movement, and they're definitely not a part of my movement because I don't know them. And you know, like at the end of the day, who's to say I even have a movement? You know what I mean? The only movements I have is my movements, me moving. Yeah. So there was, you know, there's been some sort of like criticism to me, and it's almost like people have held me to some kind of high regard, as if to say I'm some sort of you know, some sort of like leader of some sort of movement. But the truth of the matter is, I've got nothing to do with none of you lot. Yeah, I have my friends and my people, and that's it. We're not. There's no movement going on. Do you know what I mean? It's literally just like actually us just living our lives as normally as possible. And then there is people that are actually in these movements, these freedom movements, and like big them up as well. More power to them, you know what I mean? People do your thing in it, but not all of these movements are like organic, and not all these movements are actually full of nice people. There's a lot of nasty people within these movements, you understand? There's a lot of racist people within these movements, you know, understand? I've had a few racist people that thought because they were a part of some sort of racist ideology, I should fucking also adopt their way of thinking, which is quite mad. But anyway, some of these people I'm hearing and seeing now that there's been a lot of fucking ego, a lot of discord going on amongst the people within these movements and that, and the only ones I will big up is Rise Above. Yeah, big up to Double L, because these guys seem like they're doing their thing properly. Yeah, there ain't no fucking government money mixed up in it. There ain't no fucking, you know what I mean? There ain't no you know, you can see in a lot of these movements, mate, there's some big money put up. There's some big money, like there's some big investors, and it's all designed to be controlled opposition. And then you've got all these people that think that they're some sort of revolutionaries, and they think that they're some sort of, well, if anyone thinks I'm some sort of revolutionary, this is just me being my normal self. This is just me carrying on exactly the way I should be carrying on in the current situation that we're dealing with, yeah. But you know, I'm not here as some sort of leader to the people, and you know what I mean, I'm not telling people to follow me or join me or whatever, but you can join me for a bit of sanity, that's about it, you know. But that's literally it. I'm not going to stop the New World Order coming into fruition. It's gonna happen, it's happening whether you like it or not, and that's it. So, you know, at the same time, I just want to say to people, don't, you know, if you see certain kind of behaviour going on from some of these people that you think are aligned with me, just understand they're not aligned with me. And, you know, in life we share opinions with a lot of people, like lots of different kind of people share a similar opinion. It might just be on that one particular thing, but it doesn't mean that we are kindred spirits and that we are one of the same, because we ain't. Like I said, from what I'm seeing and what I'm seeing is going on, it's got nothing to do with me or any of my people anyway. So yeah, so anyway, big up everybody anyway. I hope everyone's enjoying their summer, enjoying the New World Order. It's about to get really hot.
Look at that for timing. Big up Terra Slim. What an absolute honour it is to be appreciated like that. You heard what he said.
Totally bigged us up.
Rise Above are the only guys doing it proper out there. They're the only real ones. They're not sponsored by the government. Damn right we're not.
No. Sponsored by the family.
Yeah, we're sponsored by the family. and by my savings account mostly. Right. But big up all the family that have donated. Yeah, I can't say that for the moment because everyone's been paying for my solicitor. Hello, everyone that's still tuned in. What we got? 2:06, 2 hours in. Let's get Master. Oh, Master Lee's disappeared.
But when you believe in something and you've got something that you want to do, and you know, we've been trying to do this in many different formats for a long time, haven't we, Lance? Really?
It's been talked about.
Yeah,
we never got round to it.
Even with our music, though, think about that. It's, you know, we're trying to make people aware of it by presenting it in a modern day music format with really good cryptic lyrics, which are actually easy to follow, and things like, you know, and incite the idea to research subjects. You know, we've tried in many different ways, and this is certainly because we believe in it. I think this is what I was going with. Is money isn't what it's about.
No,
you know
it's
what
not.
I mean?
As long as we can keep going,
yeah,
that's the important thing. This has never been to make money. There's certainly easier
Well,
There's certainly easier ways to make money than this.
Yeah. That's what jobs are for, eh?
Yeah. Right. Inner Guardians, can you hear us?
Yep, I'm here.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so
So no, somebody was just telling me I'm being called out in the chat. Apparently,
what are you being called out? What are you being called out for?
I don't know, some kind of occultist.
Let's have a look. You know, 'cause it'd be good to get an opposing view of.
Oh, have we got some opposing views? Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. See what it says.
Let's have a look. That's how Terra Slim trains his jaw. Did we have? Listen, we're always up for the opposing force. We're always up for a little bit of a discussion. If there's anyone in the chat
not in
room,
a negative way, just
not in a negative way. We're not always about blowing our own trumpet or squeezing our own grapes here at Rise Above. Isn't that right? So, what have we got next? Oh, let me see if I can share that. This was a bit of a happening this week. Or last week. Did this happen? Some people were really pleased that this happened.
No fucking way.
Don't know this?
No.
The George Floyd Memorial was struck...
In North Toledo.
In North Toledo, was struck by lightning, and it literally, basically just smashed off George Floyd's face.
So Toledo in Spain, I take it. Yeah, that's
no, Toledo in
America.
In Arizona. Where is it? North Toledo.
Maybe WTOL. Where's they from? West Tennessee.
So, hey, someone that's watching from the US, tell us where North Toledo is.
West Texas. West
did you
Tennessee.
see this in the Guardians? Did you hear about this story?
No. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, struck by lightning. Now, obviously, I've got some pretty saucy memes about this because obviously they're going to be made. So here's the first one.
God's racist.
God's racist lightning destruction of the George Floyd Memorial. It's from, it's obviously like a Photoshop dumb CNN. Because I remember this guy. This was the guy that was reporting on the BLM riots, saying that these are mostly peaceful riots, while everything in the background was burning.
God, they're bringing God into the race war.
Yeah, God's coming into the race war.
About Trump was getting some stick because he made a comment about it. Apparently,
that doesn't surprise me.
I have a tweet from Trump Jr.
Maybe it's Trump Jr.
So here's the next one. I don't always destroy false idols, but when I do, I send lightning bolts. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know. What did Trump say? Did Trump share this meme? Holy shit.
No, I think that's something to do with what Trump said about the situation. That was my understanding, but I only skimmed over it. It was sort of something that came my way and I just glimpsed it.
It does seem awfully weird. Someone's saying it was a directed energy weapon.
Well, the rods of God.
Rods of God. So, we talked about... Andy PG was the one that introduced the rod of God theory into my life. Oh, no.
Rods of God.
I've come to the end of the slideshow. Damn. So, yeah, George Floyd. Has anyone ever seen this happen before? Like a wall getting destroyed by a lightning bolt?
Well, I mean, I'm surprised because it wouldn't go through like a brick wall, would it? You know, go to like a metal object.
Maybe it was vandalism and they're covering it up saying it's lightning. But why would they do that? Surely they would say it's vandalism to stoke the race war.
Well, it looks like there was some sort of central impact point. If you look at the inner course of brick,
yeah,
that looks like it's been hit in the centre.
And it looks like it's a little bit burnt as well.
But it's interesting because all the bricks have come forward, which would indicate the energy's come from behind to be able to force them forward.
Well, it's just taken one layer of bricks has come off and left the bricks behind. Yeah. Anyone else finding this a little bit fishy?
Well, I've got to say, actually, right, looking at the structure now, it's a shame you can't see the roof above it. Because if we could have seen the roof,
Well, it looks like
The
a
roof's
wall
tile,
in front
isn't
of
it?
a wall. Why would?
What's this here? On the side there, sorry, I know I'm pointing at the. See, if you look at the left of the building where the graffiti is, there's like a tube.
What, this thing here?
Yeah, what is that there on the left?
I don't know. Very strange. Right. So, do you have any thoughts at all on this in the Guardians? You've been very quiet there.
Yeah,
Is this divine intervention? Is it some sort of like media hoax?
Nah,
Is this,
I mean, I don't know. To be honest,
part of a is this part of a mockery ritual?
it could be. Yeah, I mean, I've not looked into it. Like I say, a lot of information has gone through this week, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I reckon it's trying to
Sometimes-
bait the race war. I mean, personally, if a lightning
Yeah.
hit,
That was my take on it.
Yeah, if a lightning did hit that wall, I'm sure it would have penetrated both courses of bricks. I don't see why it would have just stopped at one and why it would have taken out such a large area. You think about how much of an impact that's made to take out all those bricks.
It's literally only taken out his face.
Yeah.
I don't think this is plausible that this is actually what they say it is.
I'm surprised that lightning has hit that to Earth itself, for example, as opposed to the lamppost just slightly to the left of it, which is probably higher or as high as the building, and it's made of metal, and it has electrical current already in it. So that's surely really attractive to a lightning.
Because the spark has to go up from the thing that's going to hit first to make the connection with the lightning. The lightning doesn't just choose random things.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is like what is on that brick building that would have done that. Paint won't do that. Bricks and mortar probably shouldn't do that. And I'm pretty sure that the roof looks like a tiled roof, which is also clay based, I suppose. Depends on what it is, but I can't see that being plausible.
Lee Gould says it's a divided wall.
Yeah, it's a cavity wall. So you've got like two skins, like same as any house in our in the way we build buildings. You have two courses, don't you?
Okay. So, yeah, my last meme was actually this, because I mean I have got like a whole list of links. We could do like a live rabbit hole online, like going into these guys. I've got some pretty interesting links because we had the Haitian dude, the assassination of the Haitian president.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big story at the moment. Mm-hmm. He was another one that wasn't playing ball with the old Coviet Union. Haiti had, do you know how many people in Haiti were speared until May this year?
None.
Zero.
Yeah.
Literally 0 people. They didn't have any Coviet either.
They have a very different like culture over in Haiti. It's not, you know, it's quite ancient.
Yeah, they would see like surely like quack scenes as like black magic. But they would actually use I think they have a lot of voodoo in Haiti.
Yeah, they have a lot of voodoo there. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 5 Pan-African,
like
because Haiti is sort of Pan-African. It's a colony, isn't it? So yeah. What are you saying?
I was looking at who's got Mathias's comment. I like rabbits.
I like rabbits. We like rabbits too. A lucky person that bought a T-shirt this week actually got one of the white rabbit talismans out of the studio.
Oh, really?
3D printed one, yeah.
Nice.
I sent it over to him.
Very good.
So yeah, it's Rise Above Light. I've run out of slides because it's Rise Above Light. Anyone in the chat? Well, in the Guardians, have you got anything you wanted to bring to the table to elucidate on top of the midweek chat or anything we'd spoke about tonight? Before we open up the floor.
Not really, no. I think I've covered the stuff with regards to the harvesting. I didn't want to go too deep because I don't want to confuse people because it's very complicated.
It is very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, all this occulted knowledge is very complicated because it's double occulted. Actually, it's triple occulted because it gets occulted once and then it gets occulted again and then occulted third and so on and so forth. Because the knowledge has to be buried, then it's dug up, and then it's reburied, and then it's rebranded. I think it was mentioned in the Law of One.
Yes.
That video that got shared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that said that it confirmed what I've been saying all along, that you've got to be very, very careful when you look at historical information because pretty much all of it's been corrupted.
Yeah, well,
and this is why I'm very hesitant to sort of quote, Hermes or Jesus or whatever, because it's really difficult. This is why I try to use first principles the best I can.
Yeah,
they rewrote the history books.
It goes deep because they rewrote the history books. You can't quote how the real history looks. Right, this is why I always come back to Law of One, because when I first came across it, and I listened to the original channelings. And anybody that doesn't know Law of One, it was like 150 sessions with 3 seers who were channeling a social memory complex called Ra, which is a whole civilization of 6.5 dimensional entities that are almost reaching the oneness again. And these 150 sessions are, well, for me it was it's deep. It was for me mind blowing because it was sort of like everything I'd learnt before with the cherry on the top. And what Ra says in it is the law of one, this teaching that we are all one thing, sparks of the infinite creator. He said about, how everything has been distorted. Every practitioner that came down was, even when they said it 8,000 years ago when Ra and his race walked the earth and they were worshipped as gods, they had to leave because people were worshipping them instead of practicing the law of one.
Yeah.
Ra says that Jesus was a practitioner of the law of one, as was Muhammad. But as soon as they'd finished their work, instantly their message got corrupted and they were idolized, which is totally against the law of one.
Yeah, which is the main reason why I left the groups that I was in, because the founders of the groups were all deceased. And I sensed that it steered from being what they taught to more of idolizing the teacher. Right. And that if the teacher actually walked in the room right now, they'd actually be quite confused as to why they're doing what they're doing, because it hasn't evolved.
Right, so it's sort of like a cul-de-sac of a cult of ego rather than exploring by constantly putting new things on the table, which is what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Because I joke around and I call this a mystery school, like a YouTube mystery school. Mm-hmm. But I don't want anyone to think that means that, us 3 or 4 of us are the teachers and everyone else is a pupil. Because at this mystery school, the presenters or the whatever us guys are, we're learning just as much as everyone else that's watching as well.
It's a progressive journey, and everybody from the comment section to the guys who come in on Telegram to the after discussions to all the bits of research, the guys we're looking into when we research. This is a big effort from all of us. The sharing of knowledge, which is why it's so important. And going back to the law of one. What better way to distract them is to remove or dirty the institutions that encourage the feeling of law of one and the knowledge of law of one, and then replace it with a bitter, sweet sort of social life that we have now. You think about, the churches of yesteryear when the law of one was practiced, pre-Jesus time, etc.
Yeah.
And now they're full of paedophiles and misinformation.
Yeah.
And hypocrites as well.
And in the Ra channelings, when he goes deep into the history of the realm, and it's pretty amazing, the take that he gives on history is very much similar to like what we're talking about, how everything might start out as a good thing, very easily corrupted. He calls the denying force the force of Orion. That's how it's conceptualized in the law of one in these channelings. And for anyone that doesn't know about it, I seriously recommend it. It's great homework in between Rise Above sessions. And apart from that, listening to it is very, very empowering. Once you start to be able to learn how to learn it, because remember, you're theoretically listening to a 6th dimensional social memory complex, which is trying to communicate through these channels. And it comes, the best one to listen to is the one with the electronic voice. If you listen to the audio of the original channeling, it's like a woman whispering in the background and you can't get anything from it.
Yeah, there was someone just commented sort of something about that, because it is quite repetitive, as he said, when you listen to those electronic recordings. But I think that's because the guys who are receiving that information probably had to listen to it a few times over. So the Ra had to repeat themselves or explain them in different ways.
Yeah, because also you got to think it's a whole civilization, a whole memory complex trying to conceptualize itself as an individual so it can communicate with what he calls other self.
Well, the other self, which is nowhere near as developed as that is his current self, for example, or their current self. I've also just noticed the Ra, R-A.
Yeah.
Because I was reading the comments.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, hashtag Ra. That's the funny thing I was thinking of. Not I said it to Mrs. Rise Above. Like a lot of people, they every week they watch Rise Above, have their download. I was thinking when Rise Above finishes, I have to go and actually listen directly to Ra to get my download. It's like what happened last week, and I was like, I am Ra. This is the law of one, and I was like, whoa, because there's so much going on recently. I'd completely forgot about it, and it's something that I always go back to. Same way, I guess, like a Christian goes back to the Bible or something. I've always said in my opinion, it is the most authentic thing that I've ever heard, or watched or listened to.
It's very interesting. Definitely, I agree with that, and I think. If you haven't looked into it, I think, guys, you should, have a look into it, see what you think.
Yeah, I very much doubt if anyone that watches Rise Above would start watching it and think, nah, this isn't for me. You'll probably be blown away by it.
Yeah. We come across that a long time ago, didn't we? It's fucking phenomenal.
It is
you think
phenomenal.
it's easy to understand?
I think when you get into it, after you watch a few of the channelings, I think you get into it.
The first 5 or 6 channelings are almost like basically them becoming accustomed to be able to understand what it's saying.
So it puts you into the state of the mindset you need to be in to understand it. I think that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly the first 3 or 4 episodes, 100%.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually recommend you watch a video of someone else explaining it, because that would be a distortion.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, I've only come across one guy which I'll actually listen to talk about the law of one, which is that Aaron Ackby guy. He's very, very good. Apart from that, it's something you should always have undiluted, because as soon as you've got someone else's interpretation of it, that's a distortion.
Inside us all, right? We all know this information. It's just suppressed.
That's the gnosis.
Exactly. So when you go into these viewings of these channelings, remembering that you know this information, so let it come out so you understand it.
Well, this is where it's linked to the immutable, the unified. So objective science. So as an example, if I listen to the law of one, and then I refer to the teachings that I received, it's actually it's the same.
I was about to say, right, when you've been speaking to me one-on-one, and when you've gone into your sort of deepest teachings on this channel, it is the law of one. It really is. When you talk about the ray of creation, exactly the same. Right, Ra, check this out. Ra talks about the 7 densities of consciousness. And guess how many there are? 7. Same as your 7 levels of man, right? So right now we're in 3rd density. You could say that basically, he says that in 3rd density it's about making the choice. It's the most important one, because you have the free will to become positively charged, service to others, or negatively charged, service to self.
Yeah.
So that's really
that's the first principle. So when people ask me, well, what do you think of this or that? The only way I can get straight to the point is it service to self? Is it service to other? Is it service to self and other? I mean, that's the law of 3 there as well. You got service to self, service to other, and then service to self and other. Yeah,
so that's about the eagle emblem. When you see the double-headed eagle, when it looks left and right, that's the left-hand path and the right-hand path. So that's like being a grey occultist. That's what, if I see a Freemasonic
horizontalist.
Well, yeah, you could say it's about being a horizontalist, but if the eagle only looks left, like it does on the Nazi symbol and all that's service to self, the left-hand path. That's how Ra conceptualizes it. And some of the things that Ra says about history in the Law of One, whoa, it will blow you away, especially what he says about Hitler. Holy shit. I probably even couldn't repeat what he says about Hitler, and it's not what you expect. I bet I've sparked everyone's attention now.
Ra, let the rabbit
go straight to the rabbit hole where Ra talks about Hitler. But the timeline of this realm, it's mind blowing. And it's good. He talks about 25,000 year cycles and a harvest, right? A soul harvest. Now think about all the things we've been talking about on this channel about our ideas and our observations of how this realm could work energetically. So in the Law of One, in the Ra channelings, this 25,000 year cycle, when the harvest happens, you can be positively harvested or negatively harvested, depending on the vibrant resonant frequency of the planet. And he says that the denying force are obviously trying to negatively harvest people because they want to go to a 4th density negatively charged planet. Then he starts to talk about 4th density negatively charged individuals that have shown up in history, and some of the examples are like Genghis Khan, Rasputin. But he says these are very very rare in the realm. So I guess they would be your actual conscious agents of the denying force. Because what Ra says is when we incarnate here, we have to forget to have the progression in the realm. You forget that you are part of the mind-body-soul complex of the infinite creator to come down here and learn.
Yeah.
But when the negatively charged entities come down here, they don't forget.
Yeah, well, that's in the ray of creation. I've got to try and explain this as best I can. But in the ray of creation, there's actually a gap in the Earth consciousness, and what that indicates is because there's a gap, it requires the first conscious shock, which equally means conscious labor. And you've heard me talk about that. Nothing's for free. There is no credit. So you don't get a triad or triangle or law 3 for nothing. It requires conscious labor. And through conscious labor, that gives you manifestation. So I'm going to try and explain this as best I can. So in the ray of creation, you've got 9. Out of 9, you've got 8. Out of 8, you've got 7. Out of 7, it gives you 3. Out of 3, it gives you the 1. Now, this gives you... Now, that doesn't sound much, but if I break it down, so as an example, you've got octaves, which are 8. So that's the music. That's the musical aspect. So it's very important to understand the musical aspects. Now, if you put two intervals in, that is going to give you the first conscious shock and the second conscious shock, which is what you need to complete the 7 chakras. So the 2 conscious shocks plus 7 chakras gives you the 9, which is the repeat. So 9 gives you the repeat cycle, which brings you back to the absolute, which is the 1, and that's where the essence lays. The one before essence is death. And this is exactly what we're talking about right now. So at death, it's where your essence is projected. Into what density?
Wow.
I mean, that I'm just like, I'm trying to, it probably doesn't mean much, but it brings in the numbers, it brings in...
So like, for example, like a heaven and hell scenario for if you imagine the typical image you'd have from death is your soul leaves, you see that little ghost pop up and either goes up for heaven or down for hell. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
Yeah, well,
that's the concept. That's the concept of like what the religious people say.
Yeah, if you put it in just a binary rather than like the 7 different conscious densities.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what they're showing the people to remove them from the knowledge of these 7 densities. They're showing
they're oversimplifying
platform.
it. Yeah, you could say that would be the corruption of the
well, this knowledge, I mean, this information that I'm saying, this should be taught from parents to child. It's been completely eradicated. What do we use numbers for?
Adding up for money and material things.
Yeah, our best way of volumating something in an easy way of figuring it out.
Yeah, but I think what Inner Guardians is saying is like when we learn maths at school, like how do you learn it? Like by counting material things like apples or...
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yes.
You don't learn the nature of mathematics and how it's written into the realm.
Yeah,
that's occulted.
No.
What I explained then was basic arithmetics in the ray of creation. This should be common knowledge, but it's not. It's been denied us. And with this knowledge, we'd actually live a life with purpose that would give us the end result. Unfortunately, you could get to the end of your life and you end up with your next incarnation is not the one that you designed because you lack the third force. You went through all this life without using your third force. You were being used. Somebody else's third force was given to you or inserted into you. And then, so for instance, think about where we get the knowledge from on the mundane level. We're getting it from the same people that we're actually accusing of trying to cause us damage, loss and harm and injury.
Yeah. They're our source of truth and authority.
Yeah, so would you trust them to design your next incarnation?
Well, some people are trusting them to design their immune system. To design the future of the sovereignty of their biotech to totally outsourcing everything. No third force at all.
Yep. Yeah, so in these numbers, you've got all the laws. You've got the law of 8, which is the octaves. You've got law of 7, which is the chakra system. Law of 3, which is the triad. The law of 1, which is the absolute, which is the origins of the rare creation. It's another way of saying God, or the creator, or the architect, the grand designer.
Well, we got a question here from Bradley Golden, which is quite interesting. Rise Above Live, are you born Genghis Khan or do you awaken into Genghis Khan?
A very good question.
Well, I'll have a go at answering that first. If I was going to answer from a law of 1 point of view, as like Ra would try to explain it, is that entity that we call Genghis Khan was a negatively charged fourth density mind, body, soul complex, which actively chose to incarnate in full knowledge of what it was, remembering what it was. That's what Ra says in the Law of One. That's the difference between the negatively charged entities and the regular souls here. They come back in full, or they choose to incarnate in full knowledge of who they are, what they're doing, and what their mission is to catalyze as much negative emotion.
Yeah, it'd also be a build-up of imbalance of forces. That build-up could take many lifetimes.
Right, so you're saying it could be a conglomerate of many lifetimes of service to self.
Yeah, and an imbalance of forces. And so, for instance, if you take yoga as an example, all yoga means is that you're unifying the forces. It's all in yoga. If you look at all of the yogic texts, it's all in there. Everything I'm saying is in that. It's just that you've got to understand Sanskrit.
Do you happen to understand Sanskrit?
No. To be honest, over the years, I've tried to stay away from certain things. I try and make it like a self-defense thing, so it's very easy to communicate. Hence,
to avoid overcomplicating it.
Yeah, because a lot of the corruption has been to complicate it, to occult it. I mean, we're de-occulting, aren't we? That's what we're doing. This is exactly what we're doing. You may ask me a question. I don't know the answer. I'm limited to my knowledge. I can only go by what I've experienced. I can make insinuations, or I can point in a certain direction. But I've got certain limitations, and I learn all the time. Every day when I wake up, I get downloads, and I'm like, I wake up in the morning, and I'm like, gosh.
Some people have even changed their surname to Gosh in the chat room. Absolute quality.
Yeah. Remember what I've always said this, and I've said it so many times on the show. There's no difference in terms of knowledge between a man number 1 and a man number 7. It's equal to everybody. It's just on a slightly different scale. It's still a struggle. You still have to apply the first conscious shock. You still have to pay with conscious labor. You still have to perform the great work of participation in your own creation of service to self and service to other. It doesn't matter what level you are. Everybody has to pay.
Everyone has to participate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like going up through those levels isn't a free ride. It's not a ticket to less participation.
Yeah, and that links to the self-calming. If you worship the gods of self-calming, that's basically you're refusing to participate in your own design. So there you get designed. You get experienced.
Yeah, you are. What was it you said the other week? Last week, you are the experience rather than the experiencer.
Yeah, or the conscious observer. No, it doesn't mean say you have to be perfect. It just means that you have to be able to observe your imperfection. I mean, those that spend enough time with me, you'll often see me pick up a computer and throw it out the window or something.
I haven't known you to blow your lid yet. You've been very, very, very calm and collected so far.
No, I'm just using that as a jest. But yeah, I mean, it's, being perfect isn't the point. The point is to observe, or the ability to have the type of energy to observe your imperfection. Because remember, we've all got the denying force within us. And it's just a case of certain times, certain situations, it comes out more than others. It's a case of taming the forces, or balancing the forces.
Yeah, I was going to say it's finding that balance.
Yeah. This is why I like the words righteous anger. It's almost like a contradiction. But actually it's not. That's balancing your forces, or a situation where you would balance the force. I mean, just to be all righteous is just as bad as being just angry.
Yeah. Well, righteous anger sounds like, it doesn't sound like an oxymoron to me. It sounds like...
Well, I'll give you an example of someone maybe would have quite famous who I would say used righteous anger. Think of Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Irrespective of how you view him, he did certainly use righteous anger to implement change in his environment where he was living in America and all around the world eventually.
Well, you could apply that to all sort of like revolutionaries, freedom fighters,
Che Guevara.
proper social justice warriors, not the type we have now.
You just reminded me. With regards to self-calming, this is also connected to false freedom. So you'll often see or detect that those that are using self-calming techniques and are going along to get along, they're the ones that think that they're getting freedom. They think they're moving towards freedom. And this is almost the great lie that the gods of self-calming will provide. It enables you to live a lie.
Absolutely.
Which is connected to remember I said before about lay down.
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
Language again.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question from Sam Carno for Inner Guardians. Thoughts on the Y and X axis and positive and negative axis of the Mandelbrot being the 2D image of the universe, adding the E8 lattice as a 3D image which we are seeing through DMT. Thoughts? So that E8 lattice is the thing that we were talking about last week, weren't we? That produced the tiniest little triad in the universe.
Yeah.
So, can you decode that question?
Well, what is the question? I mean, he's asked me what my thoughts are on it.
Oh yeah, on the
what is the actual question?
Well, the thoughts on the XY axis, positive and negative axis of the Mandelbrot being the 2D image of the universe. Are you familiar with the Mandelbrot?
Well, we're talking about simulation theory.
I believe we are. Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
So we're talking about like the pixels of. Well,
the Mandelbrot being the building block of life. Without that, we wouldn't have three-dimensional understanding of everything. So that comes from animation, everything. So that's essentially what's taught us about that, isn't it?
Well,
really?
that E8 lattice to me looked very spirit molecule-ish. It looks like the spirit molecule portal. Basically, you're expanding that E8 lattice off the Mandelbrot, if that's what Sam Carno's getting at. I mean,
I need a bit more context as to what
I think he just wanted to spark a discussion about it.
I think the context is probably a fat pipe of DMT, to be honest.
Also
until you see the universe dissolve and the Mandelbrot turn into the E8 lattice, this probably seems like
the Mandelbrot is like a two-dimensional. So
well, this is what they said in the video when they discovered this E8 lattice. They said, imagine like if the universe was a flat plane and there was a circle. Yeah, it's Carl Sagan again. Imagine if there was like a circle rolling across it, and when one point of the circle touched the plane, that's when we see a particle. They said, well, imagine your 3D universe. We have an E8 lattice, which is an 8-dimensional hypercrystal connected to every particle in the universe, and it's like projecting off it. Well, I can answer the question. I seriously do think that when you inhale the spirit molecule, you basically start to see primarily that E8 lattice coming off of everything.
Yeah, for sure.
If you keep your eyes open, it's all you can see. It's like you're looking through that E8 lattice to try and see the Mandelbrot over there. It's like looking through like soup.
The grid, but like you see the tesseracts and things. So it shows you the other dimensions.
Well, yeah, you're seeing the sacred geometry in real time. I always said it's like pulling off the veil.
I would bring it to first principles. If you put your hand up and stare at it. I used to do this as a child. I used to just put my hand in the air and just stare at it, and I would look at the how miraculous it is. Now that's directly experiencing this reality. Now it may not mean, unless you're in a particular state of mind, it may not mean much, but we need to be able to experience or be the experience of this reality. Now, whether you want to call it simulation theory, whether you want, whatever type of phenomena you want to describe the landscape as, I think what this all aims towards is, are we the projector? Are we projecting the reality? Is it being downloaded? And what are we looking at? And is it real? You know, like in the Matrix where it says about the spoon.
Yeah, no, totally.
I mean, what is reality? Is it a simulation? Is it a dream? That's why I like to use that exercise about if you close your eyes and visualize that you can see the sun. Well, how can you see the sun if your eyes are closed? That means there's no light. So where does the light come from? Does the light come without, or does it come from within?
Yeah, because the only place which you ever see things is on the back of like your that bit that connects your optic nerves to your brain, and that's in total darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes don't see anything. Your eyes are lenses which convert something, turn it upside down, flip it back around, send it to your brain. The thing that sees it is always in perpetual darkness. So where's the light coming from? Now, talking of like the inner light, visions and stuff, the question on the screen now, which I can probably answer better than Master Lee, views on the dissociative hallucinogenic drugs like ketamine, for example, specifically the deep hope. I don't know what you're referring to with the deep hope. I have experimented, I don't mind saying I have experimented with that particular dissociative hallucinogenic, and I literally was able to slow time down. I could see things before they were happening. I had probably some of the craziest experiences of my life when I tried that. I was always of the thought that it wasn't an entheogen, so it's not sparking.
It's another suppressant. It brings you.
But people believe
into a place, a dissociative place.
But people believe that the dissociation that can come from this can give you great spiritual insights. People are really on board with it. I mean, I had mind-bending, time-bending experiences and hallucinations when I tried it.
The other interesting thing about ketamine is there's been experiments about using it for people who are depressed microdosing
for people that have lost limbs, where they have phantom limb syndrome. They use this dissociative hallucinogenic tranquilizer.
I do. My only issue with it is
I certainly wouldn't recommend using it recreationally. That's for sure.
What my issue with it is that it's made a whole generation like separate and completely shut off from society.
I think it ruins the rave scene personally.
Yeah, it fucking killed the rave scene.
It killed the rave scene because it turned everyone into a zombie rather than someone that was jumping up and down shouting "I love you." And
one of my first experiences of what ketamine does to the rave scene, I was in a free party. I'd rocked up and I was looking for my mate, and then I seen a pile of what I thought was a pile of coats in the middle of this warehouse. It turned out it was a pile of people on K. At first, it was fucking hilarious. Then I started to look at it thinking, why aren't you dancing? They're all literally lying on top of each other.
They couldn't.
Piled up like coats. And they couldn't move. They're fucked. All in
I mean, we're having two different conversations here about it being used as a party substance or something for psychonautics. Yeah, for psychonautics, it could be a powerful tool.
But then that isn't the dissociative part of it.
Yeah.
Is it really? That's the bit which is exploration. It's exploration.
Well, the exploration comes from the diссociation because once you
go into yourself,
you go properly in. I mean, once I turned into a single molecule and floated out of my air. That's the
Have you seen the one of the cures for phantom limb? It's quite interesting. One of the cures.
That's a treatment for it.
Prosthetic.
No, I haven't. No.
Well, so for instance, if somebody loses their arm at, say, the elbow, now apparently, because obviously it was a traumatic experience, the muscles get locked into the trauma. So the person that has the arm or part of the arm amputated still has the pain, and they can live for years in agony because that pain stays. Just because you chop the arm off, And what it means is that the mind and the nervous system is still locked into that pain. And there's actually I can't remember the guy's name, some kind of scientist. He actually developed a way to get rid of it. And what you have to bear with me. So what they do is they get a cardboard box and cut a hole in it, and they ask the person to put the sort of stump into the arm, and then they place a mirror facing sort of inwards, and then they get them to put the other hand, and they look at the mirror and they move. They consciously say, right, I'm going to clench my fist, and they look at the mirror, reflection of the right hand, if the left hand or left arm was amputated, and it releases the pain, and it's gone. The pain from the phantom limb is cured.
I've seen this.
Yeah, I think I've heard of this too.
No, I've seen this it was on an American TV show. I've seen this definitely. They did a whole experiment, the whole group of people who didn't have phantom limb and people who did have phantom limb syndrome, and they tested it out to show it works. Mate, it's amazing. I completely forgot all about this.
So it's like an optical illusion for the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a really good example of kind of mind over matter.
Yeah, completely.
Wow.
And the psychophysical, which for the most part, personally, I think that we live under that for the majority of our lives, and this is what's happening right now. They're using psychophysical techniques.
Absolutely, psychophysical techniques.
Yeah.
I want to draw back on the ketamine thing when you said you saw things ahead of time.
For instance,
right?
here's you want an example?
Yeah, no. Right, so you saw things ahead of time as such, and I want to take you a few shows back when Lee was talking about the delaying of time. Maybe when you go into a K-hole, you're actually seeing that in real time and not in the delayed time that we've been presented in this reality.
I felt like I was seeing things in a slideshow, but I could see 2 or 3 slides ahead.
Yeah, but think about that delay that Lee was talking about. That is a really good. If they are fucking doing that, they're wankers, right? Because that's
But do you know what time is? Do you know what the definition of time is? It's the third force.
The third force, of course.
That is the descriptive of time.
Yeah, because people say that time is actually the third dimension. I've heard that say before. Yeah, well, time is the third dimension. So explain how that works. So if time is the third force, does that mean, like, for instance, if you perceive time to be moving really quickly or really slowly, like you're sort of lost in something, is that when you're not in control of your third force? Something else is.
No, it's like without the law of 3, there is no time. You're timeless. Hence, you can go to sleep. When you go to sleep, you're not directly under the law of 3 in the same way that you are in the awakened state. So, I mean, I've done it many a times. I've gone to sleep for 5 minutes and I've dreamt for 2 hours.
And
So you
vice
lose time.
versa.
Yeah. So with the third force, you can actually manipulate time, which gives you past, present, and future. Remember I said in the midweek, law of 3, past, present, future.
It always comes back to the triad.
You've actually got a whole triad of time. So time, not necessarily the third force. There is actually a triad for time, and it's the third force, or part of the third force. When you link up the 2 forces with the third force, that gives you the time. The same way that if you link up the third eye.
So this maybe would explain time travel then as well. This time.
Yeah. Yeah, and also being able to see the future or predict the future.
Yeah. So, and maybe you know what remote viewing is, obviously, yeah. So maybe that's what they're tapping into with the remote viewing, is using that time as well to be able to so they can see in real time. Say the other side of the world, they would have to delay the time so they could vision that in the first place to be able to see in real time. So maybe that's how they're using that. I like the idea of that, the time trio thing. I'm going to think about that a bit more.
Yeah, past, present, future. I've mentioned this before about the astral planes, that you're dealing with. You're kind of like dealing with different laws, although there's still laws of 3, and it's on the ray of creation, ascending and descending. you got different laws. So, as an example, you don't really have a conversation in time. So it's not like you would ask a question and then they give an answer. You already know the answer before you've asked the question. The same way that you don't look at the front aspect of somebody or a being or entity, you look at all aspects simultaneously. And this is why, for the most part, most people think that they don't go to the astral realms because they can't conceptualize it into the third dimension. When in actual fact, everybody goes to the astral realm. It's just that you wouldn't know if it hit you in the face because you couldn't describe it. You have no map for the territory.
It's ineffable.
Yeah.
You have no map for the territory. You don't even just have the wrong map. You have no map at all.
Yeah.
That is a lyric, Lance.
Master Lee's already given me some wicked lyrics so far. I've got loads. I've got the quadrivium in there. I've got fire system so far. It's going well. I'll write that one down.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. God, finding time to write lyrics at the moment. Wow, we're really going whole rabbit tonight. That's good when it's no topic. Sometimes we can just go straight for the jugular.
Well, the stuff we're talking about is the quadrivium. We're talking about arithmetic or numbers, yeah. The music, which is the octaves, and the frequency, the geometry. Probably the only thing we haven't really touched upon is astronomy.
Yeah, that's one thing we haven't really ever discussed on the show, like astronomy, astrotheology. Well, we astrotheology a little bit. We've referenced that, but yeah, maybe that's a show coming up in the future.
Astronomy is an interesting one.
Well, that falls under the objective science.
Yeah.
Remember I mentioned at the beginning about objective science.
Yeah, because all the old school sort of like scientists, occultists, magi, they were all astronomers as well.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a common theme.
Well, and also in modern day, astronomy is almost belittled as well in some aspects of how they view the sciences of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, as an example, understanding planetary cycles is personal protection.
Yeah,
under natural law,
absolutely.
it would be, because without that, you wouldn't eat. You wouldn't be able to grow food. You'd have no understanding of night and day.
Yeah, lunar cycles and astrological cycles would be the primary way that you would sort of plan your survival.
Yeah. Yeah. And now it's all artificial. I would say that all of that knowledge is being used against us in terms of the opposite to personal protection. That is the weapon that they're using against us. That's why they use all of these planetary cycles to dictate or what they're trying to bring in or usher in.
Yeah, and that's why the conspiracy theorists can keep predicting things, because they know this.
Yeah, so you can see the future.
And that's what we were talking about, was it on Wednesday? Reading the future.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the third force.
Oh, wow, okay. Now I understand, Michael. Wait a minute, that deserves one. Gosh. Wow. That's some Quincy mechanics right there.
We'll have some of those.
Oh, yeah. Where are the jingles that we recorded last week? You're being lame.
No, I haven't brought them up. I keep forgetting.
See, where are the jingles? I'm still
We've got
pushing
them.
it.
We've got them. It's just
Yeah, we recorded it. Do you know what I'm going to play in a minute? I'm going to play Rabbit Hole's Bang to Rights tune with the video.
Oh, nice.
I think that'd be very fitting for the chat, because we're coming up to we're coming up to the hour in 10 minutes.
Tune. That's what I'm enjoying.
It is a badass tune. Yeah, we are going to have a shorter show tonight, and then next week we have the musical extravaganza.
Yeah.
I'm going to get MC Spitter down from London. We need to get an extra DJ as well. We need to get a guest DJ.
Well, is Magic's not going to be here?
Well, Magic's as well, but it's like a whole music
A
stream.
little bit,
Yeah. All right. Yeah, maybe you don't. We've got enough, haven't we?
yeah.
How much more of the show is there?
Well, in a minute we're going to have a music video break, and then we're going to come on for like final thoughts. Maybe another 45 minutes.
Okay, right. I'll jump off because I'm going to get a bit of a charge.
Okay, you get a bit of a charge. We'll just have a little chat with people in the comment section, have a break, and then we'll come back with our final whole rabbit.
With Lance's final thoughts.
Lance's final thoughts. I've been burnt out. I've burnt myself out this week, honestly. The download on the post download chat on Wednesday was just a little anchor point. By now I feel absolutely knackered after this week.
Do you know what it is? This week has been a particular energy harvesting
It
route
has,
for everyone, I would say.
I've been trying to use the catalytic converter on that energy harvesting, but it's definitely taken some of my essence as well. All right, Inner Guardian, do you get some charge?
Yep.
We'll speak to you soon. Let's rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, think rise above.
How does it feel to be sat in the hot seat Oma Beats?
Comfortable.
It is more comfortable than being over there in the corner.
Well, I've got that manky old stool.
Manky old stool.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with it.
Manky. It just falls down.
Oh dear.
It doesn't stay up, it goes down.
Right, let's have a bit of Bang to Rights, which is a group that we're both a part of. This tune is called
Johnny's, really?
Yeah, Johnny's tune, Rabbit Holes. And it's got an awesome video. You might have seen it before. Let's roll.
Boom.
Long before man roamed these lands, there was a war in heaven. The victors declared themselves gods, while the vanquished were renamed titans, and forever imprisoned within the bowels of Mount Tartarus.
The truth is so incredible, it might just bust your head. Who is the architect? The truth is so incredible, it might just bust your head. Who is the architect? Who is the architect of all creation? You see I can see the change in this vibration. Who are the architects? Who is the architect? I am the architect. I created the Matrix. I've been waiting for you.
There it is.
It's fucking dope, innit? Oh, we had a little internet outage there. How's everyone doing? Rise above.
Rise above,
Right.
generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
We are going to speak to a new viewer of Rise Above and a big fan. Where is he? Diego Tequila. What a name. Let's call him up. One sec. So big up all our new viewers. We like to get interactive here. I've been chatting to this dude during the week. Just do a little call out, why not? Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad. Diego Tequila, welcome to Rise Above. How you feeling, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
It's been a crazy old week, hasn't it?
It has, man. It's been mental. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, we're feeling a little bit battered after the crazy happenings of this week.
Yeah. It's been a draining week, fortnight. I don't know, a long time really for myself, you know. So
it's been a draining 18 months.
Yeah, definitely. It's been taking it out of myself, and you guys are doing some great work, and it's awesome. So I can sit back on some of it and just appreciate that you're just looking into it as well. So
yeah, well, we're doing what we can. You haven't been tuned in for a long time. What was it like? Maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, you first came across us.
Yeah, it was probably like then when I first had some time off work and then just binge watched the shows, didn't I? And it was it's dope, man. It's, you guys are you're hitting it. You're putting out the music as well. We're having some fun, and you've got some good opinions and putting it all out there for us. So yeah, well done, man.
Thank you very much, mate. It's nice to chat to people. People are asking, can we call in? Yeah, we might have some call-ins in a minute. I'm going to speak to Clint after Diego. So, do you reckon you got your energy harvested a little bit this week, particularly? Did you watch the old Bread and Circuses on Sunday?
No, I gave up on football many years ago. I watched one of the matches, and I found myself getting quite absorbed with it. It does draw you in, and that's why I got rid of football out of my life anyway. So. Yeah, you got to turn it off. All that sports, really. Did anybody look at the? I think I mentioned to you about the NFL game, didn't I? Not the NFL game, sorry, the NBA game, the Phoenix Bucks game.
I didn't watch it, but I knew it was on there.
Yeah, so that's also definitely one to be watching. Now, why I say this as well, I've been looking at the financial sort of background of things for probably the last 18 months, more than the kind of COVID sort of stuff. And the sort of symbology of this, I would say, bucks is obviously the dollar, right?
Yeah.
And dollars and bucks. And then the Phoenix. I think I shared with you the Economist cover of the Phoenix rising of the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, the new coming global world currency. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what we've got coming. Look, so the bucks and the Phoenix. Okay, so I think this has got some symbology there to it. As well, so that's coming soon, right? That's the Great Reset.
Well, yeah. What's going to rise out of the ashes of the Great Reset?
Yeah, the Phoenix.
The Phoenix. Yeah.
So that needs to be looked at a little bit, but that's probably only like the numbers and stuff like that, and have a bit of gematria fun with it. But yeah, the symbology is always there, man. It's always there.
Yeah.
And I've been watching this for how many years now? Probably since mid-90s. Early 2000s.
That's a fair old time.
Yeah. And I think I also mentioned, you mentioned as well about Freemasons sort of introducing yourself to you and things. And I've had that myself, a couple of times. One person being, dare I say, my son's grandmother.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Admittedly, she was like a Wiccan and a pagan and did all sorts of magic spells. I came across magic spells and things. And then it was a really strange sort of times when I was working at a local garden centre. My boss, he was real weird man. He introduced himself as a Freemason as well.
Okay.
Now, I can't quite remember whether he said a 31st or a 33rd degree Freemason.
33rd
But-
degree Freemason working at a garden centre. He must have had some proper magical powers that he was offering rather than his position of power.
He was a strange being. Strange being. But he also admitted to me as well that my landlord, which is why I thought it was really weird, was also a part of the same lodge and stuff.
Did they invite you to the lodge?
No. But this is it. I kind of didn't really wait that much longer after, you know.
Got bad energy off them.
Yeah, definitely. He only spent time with his horse and drank like super tenants or something, you know. It was
that's giving off a negative energy for starters if you just drink super tenants
really
all the time.
Oh, well, there you go. That's what I wanted to say to you guys as well. So you're talking about all this fourth dimensional bad energy, negative energy. Have you thought about or looked into the ideas of like the fifth dimension and 5G being pretty much the same sort of thing? So obviously the fifth dimension being the positive, but 5G being the kind of negative realm that they're trying to create for us, you know?
I've heard of that idea before. We just welcome it in the Guardians back in. Yeah. Because a lot of people talk about going to 5D density, whereas, you know, in the occult teachings that I've looked at, well, that would be jumping density. So I don't really know what that means when people talk about this 5 density and not going to 4D because, you know, there's a hierarchy there for a reason. So, you know, obviously it's conceptual ideas. So it's kind of, do you have any thoughts on this in the Guardians about the relationship with 5G and 5D and how there could be some sort of inversion or hacking here to...
Yeah, well, I have looked into it. Yeah, if you listen to one of my early videos, I mentioned about when I speak about 5G, that it's you can connect the dimensions with the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 5G, so on and so forth, and where they're taking us to, and at what point will we actually enter the synthetic universe? Will it be the 6th or 7th?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that we're necessarily jumping it, but they are maybe a little bit. But with that as well, if you consider how we like jack into the internet anyway with an Ethernet cable, and what we understand as that alternative higher realm as being the ether, you know, there's a real bastardization, I think, going on there.
That's very well spotted, actually.
Yeah, no, it is. I agree with that.
Ethernet cable.
And even with the quantum and all that stuff, how do they build the processes? The processes are built through rocks and crystals and stones, etc., like you were saying with the circuit boards and the cityscapes. You know, it all sort of falls into place.
Yeah, it all pointing towards the same thing.
It's the terraforming. So like CERN, they're using CERN to terraform this reality. And they're using other technologies to do the intangible.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, if you actually look into what they're actually doing, like if all of the so-called normies actually looked at what their priesthood is actually doing, and bearing in mind that most of these people are atheists in one way or another, they'll be really surprised if they actually looked at what the so-called priest class of scientism are actually doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. I mean, even Elon Musk, you know, the stuff that what he's talking about. Obviously, it's on the horizontal line, and they're trying to artificially inseminate transcendence when it should be done naturally, or it can be done naturally.
Yeah, 100. Yeah,
artificially inseminated transcendence.
Yeah.
Did you see some of those videos where they were like incubating children outside of the womb and stuff, and advertising that as this would be like a new future and whatnot as well? Have you seen any of that?
No, not yet.
No, there was a video kicking around maybe about 6 months ago. If I can find it, I'll share it with you.
What, like a 3D printed womb?
Well, yeah, it wasn't even that. It was literally like maybe an incubator. You know, you'd walk around with like an incubator. And inside you've got your baby. You know, you're not actually going to even carry it inside you.
Wow.
It was crazy.
Well, they're just corrupting the esoteric knowledge. Like an example, so the two becomes one, the male and the female, You know, they've
the,
got
the blending of the sexes. That's what they're starting with this, with all the agendas going on with sexuality. They're trying to blend the genders, you know.
Yeah.
And by
But if you
doing
read
that,
the book of Thomas, according to Jesus, that is when the female becomes male. He talks about this in the book of Thomas, and which was apparently written a long, long time ago. This is nothing new.
Yeah.
All they're
That's a
doing
Gnostic text, isn't it? The Book of Thomas.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if there are too many theories out there of it either. I think I've heard it a couple of times, but like the whole, even the idea with maybe like the aliens and things like that. If you look again at what they're doing to us and where we're going, becoming these kind of non-sexual kind of entities, and can potentially kind of like communicate through telepathy instead of, well, let's say Neuralink, but basically transsexuals that aren't actually going to be giving birth to anything or have genitals.
Yeah, that's the story of the Zeta Reticulans, the Greys, isn't it? They've been bred into be this sort of like semi-organic. They're totally sterile. They have a hive mind. They are asexual. They have no reproductive organs whatsoever.
They're an insect.
They're
they're
insectoid.
Are they aliens, or are they just the next evolution of us? But basically, what they're forcing us now into, you know?
Yeah, I've heard that theory before.
Fucking crazy. It's getting scary.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Maybe that's us from another like dimension,
another timeline,
another multiverse.
Yeah.
And then they're able to cross over.
Yeah. Because I don't even think the space travel that we see is obviously space travel. It's probably more sort of quantum teleportation rather than other things like that. Again, if you want to get into all the conspiracy theories about like the jump rooms back in like the 60s when they were going to, was it Mars? I think it was.
So
again,
this is like what Lee was saying about the time trivium. You know,
yeah.
Using that for their benefit to better control the what they're doing in all of the dimensions. You know. Yeah. Well, this is it. Apparently, as well as it, in like the fourth dimension, they can still control a certain amount of things, and I think that's probably where you can probably see some people are still kind of stuck within that realm. But then those fifth dimensional beings and people are kind of they're a little bit more free of that and those constraints, it seems. If that makes sense.
There's less laws. The higher the dimension, the laws reduce up until 1, which is the absolute.
Yeah, there you go. Always coming out with a.
Yeah, so
straight,
as an example,
for the jugular rabbit.
The third dimension is manifestation. The fourth dimension is power and will. The fifth dimension is being an I, or permanent I. And this also coincides with the levels of humanity. Level 7 is purification and prayer. Level 8 is knowledge and wisdom. And it keeps going up. It goes up and up. And it recycles.
Yeah, I completely agree. So you were saying as well earlier, Master Lee, about how some of like the say maybe 9-10-year-olds were still, you know, quite switched on and whatnot. Have you looked into the kind of the idea of like the indigo warriors and the indigo children and whatnot?
Yeah. A
starseed. I think would sit. That would kind of sit within what you're kind of trying to say. I see that a lot with a lot of people as well.
That comes from the law of one as well, because Ra talks about that with the idea of the wanderers, that there are a group of fifth dimensional
wandering around the realm.
Yeah, wandering around the room. Fifth dimensional entities that chose to incarnate here at, that he believed, they said like maybe in the 80s, that chose to came here to do good work to raise the vibration. And called the Wanderers, and they were positively charged fifth dimensional entities that chose to come down and take the ultimate risk of forgetting and getting caught in the 3-dimensional trap to try and come down here and do work. Funnily enough, that is what Ra said to me, was telling me about last week when I was lying in bed, and he was talking about the Wanderers.
Yeah, I need to check out this Ra, definitely, that you're talking about. So I've had literally, I think 2 or 3 people again. They've come up to me and say exactly that. You're an indigo, and point me out and then sit me down. And this happened literally a couple of months after I first came across it myself, and I was like blown away about it. I'm not completely saying I am, but to have somebody sort of say this and sort of start pointing you out
I think the idea
before
is
you
that
even know them.
these
It's
incarnations
incredible.
happen coming up to a harvest, and this is what it says in the Law of One, that because the harvest was upon us, and they reckon it started in 2012, that these incarnations happened at this time for a particular reason, to sort of like collectively raise the vibration on the planet, as it says in
seems
this
that way,
teaching.
doesn't it? It really does. To me, sitting back and looking at it over the last 20 odd years, it does definitely seem that way.
Well, my take on that would be that I talk about man number 1, 2, 3, and then when you get to man 4, it's somebody that has a triad. So I would suggest and insinuate that anybody that has come back incarnated and is in their last cycle, because I generally go along with the theory that once you hit man number 4 or human number 4, you're in your last cycle, and then you go into eternal recurrence as opposed to reincarnation.
Right.
Whoa.
So you do not die. You might die in other people's reality. You may die in a person number 1, 2, and 3's reality. But you once you
kind
hit,
of like
you transcend death, and you will die of old age, regardless of whatever happens.
But when you say die of old age, do you mean in a normal age span of a regular person?
Yeah. No, you will die. I mean, I believe I've died 5 times in this life.
Whoa.
That I'm conscious of.
That's something you've never mentioned before.
No, I did mention it. I've mentioned it.
I must have not been listening.
Yeah,
I must have been blown away by the thing you just said before that.
Yeah. So in other people's realities, they went to my funeral, but in my reality, I didn't. I glitched it because there's multiple versions. So I've said this before. If I decide to walk out of a door and turn left, that creates one reality. If I walk out of a door and turn right, that's created another reality. And every time there's a split in the left and the right, or in any decision making, it creates a different reality.
Yeah, there is definitely. I think you're definitely right there. Definitely. Have you ever experienced like premonitions, and obviously everyone's experienced some sort of deja vu, right?
Yeah.
But where you can't deny that it can be possibly anything, then it's just that you've been in that situation. It couldn't be.
Yeah, deja vu is connected to eternal recurrence. It's when it's almost like the timelines. There's a split. You know, when you edit a video, it's not different to editing a video. So, for instance, if I've died 5 times, I've edited my own video 5 times. I've deleted 5 parts of my life and then rejoined it. So in my video, my projection, it didn't happen.
Whoa! I think that deserves a gosh. Who killed you? Who killed you in those 5 times? Was it taken out by the mafia?
No, they were just accidents.
Whoa.
Because I was under the law of accident. But I was able to transcend the law of accident and rejoin my timeline because I'm potentially in my last cycle, which is eternal recurrence, like Groundhog Day. Because there's a quickening in my need to learn quickly, to accelerate, ready for escape velocity.
It's almost kind of like a quantum leap, isn't it? It's like jumping from soul to soul. Weird.
We're sat in the control room of the launch pad right now. Sat at the console. Gosh. It's Rise Above.
Right.
Wow.
Before we move on, I wanted to just...
yes, you did.
There was when you were talking about the indigo children in the 5th dimension and densities, the 5th colour of the rainbow is blue, which is the shade where indigo comes from.
Yeah.
So...
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. Someone in the comment section said,
"Well,
that's is that what you got it from? 5th?
No, I didn't get. No, I was looking at the rainbow. I was like, "Oh yeah, hang on. I wonder what the 5th color is." So that's a little fact for you.
Well, the color.
What does number 5 represent in numerology as well? Look at what number 5 represents in numerology.
Lee,
it's creative freedom and expression.
Yeah, which would suit the indigo sort of children as such.
Very interesting. Yeah, it all comes down to the numbers once again.
Yeah. I've always been quite.
Well, all of it follows the same rules. I mean, you look at the rules of light, the rules of numbers, the rules of all these different platforms of understanding life. they'll follow the same sets of rules.
It's always a hierarchy of 7.
Well, it's the laws. It's the laws of creation. So, for instance, in this, unfortunately, we think we're somewhere quite high in the ray of creation, whereas the Earth, it actually doesn't even factor in the ray of creation. We're actually in an interval. This is almost a mistake. It's a gap
in time.
It's a gap in the ray of creation, the third dimension. This is why you need a conscious shock, conscious labor.
Ra was saying the other night that the third dimension length of a planetary evolution is a tiny flash compared to first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth, because it's basically just a choice. It's a very quick, like you say, a conscious shock, a shitload of catalyst, and a choice has to be made, and it's like a fork in the road.
Right. Okay. Right. So visualize this. So you wake up in the morning. Right. How many choices have you got to make in that day? That's leading ahead.
Oh, hundreds.
Yeah. Yeah, hundreds. We're in the realm of choice. The other realms don't have these choices.
You don't need them.
Yeah, I'm just going to mute.
The first dimension, by the time you've thought of it, it's happened. It's done. It exists. It's manifested. It's there.
Zinagadi just pops out for a minute. Yeah, it's interdimensional chat can be like proper mind-bending stuff.
It is. It's crazy. It gets too deep, and it can only get deeper. This is half of what I think about sometimes. It's madness.
This is the stuff you don't want to think about at bed at night, lying on your own trying to get to sleep. You don't get to sleep thinking about this kind of stuff. Right.
Oh no.
Diego, it's been a pleasure chatting to you, mate.
Yeah, you too.
We're gonna have someone else in a minute. Yeah, thank you very much for calling in, or accepting my call rather. Good to hear from you.
Yeah,
and
I'll
see you on Facebook for a bit more of techno.
Oh, definitely. When I'm not banned.
When you come back off your ban. All right, mate.
Definitely.
Good to hear from you, mate. Rise above, brother.
Bye
bye. Right.
Good chat.
Yeah, good chat. I think we've also got Clint who wants to chat with us as well. Let's give him a call.
I've just got to jump off for 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll be back on. Okay, stand by.
Yeah, I think he's on Grey Ops.
I think so.
That's why radio is going on in the background. It's like police radio. Let's get some Skype up. What's going on? How's everyone feeling? What time is it? 12:20. Big up Bradley, Goldie Girl, Lee Gould, Steve Salt, Empress Charmaine. Big up Helen.
Big up the Rise Above family.
All of the Rise Above family. Where's my Skype gone? How do I call Clint? Here we go.
Boom.
Clint, one of our regular viewers in the US. We're going to have a quick chat with him. Clint, how you doing, man?
Good. Are you?
All
Yes,
good.
sir.
Not too bad, mate.
Hey, man.
How's it hanging in your neck of the woods?
Interesting times. Same as yours. I mean, we're all under the same subjugation. So, I mean, it's this constant, emotionally driven, trying to subvert the centers of three. Every news story is not really news. It's just geared towards, emotional responses, and then to instigate physical responses. So there's no intellectual centering, but I know that's a kind of big grab bag I gave you, but I really appreciate everything you do. I want to give a shout out to Bradley Golden in USA, and
He's been sharing our stuff a lot, hasn't he?
Can you hear me, Jeff?
Yeah, we can hear you. I was just saying Bradley's been sharing our content over in the US. He's from Texas. He's been sharing it in a group he's made on Facebook. So, yeah, big up Bradley Golden.
Big up.
Yeah. You are the cutting edge of the world information, I would say.
Wow. We're the cutting edge of
That is a statement.
That is a statement. That deserves a gosh.
Gosh. There you go.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Clint.
you to everybody. And, I shout out to Master Lee as well. interesting man. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Naturally, you
Super
are.
knowledgeable.
And just as you say, Master Lee, look who he appears out of the ether. Here he is,
Boom.
back again.
If by magic.
As if by magic.
Master Lee, you are, and I I heard of that name, and I heard of Lee Hasdell, and as soon as I heard it, and this was after I saw you. I saw your presence, but it didn't matter to me, Lee. It didn't matter. What mattered was what you said. But I do appreciate your accomplishments. Does it matter? Sure. It sure does. And anyways, I wanted to just talk. I wanted to ask, and and Lance.
Yeah.
I did. One of my neighbors said something interesting to me the other day, and he said, he said, Clint, I heard this song and I really liked it, and I don't want to know anything about the group. I want to just enjoy the song. When I learn about the song, when I learn about the group, I don't appreciate the song. But what I guess what I'm trying to say is, you guys, this is a top-notch thing happening. And anyways, I wrote some notes for today. Is it okay if I ask
Absolutely,
questions
mate.
to Master Lee and Rise Above?
That's why you're here, man. We want some questions.
Yep. So one of the things I wanted to ask you is for me, I get pretty low at times, and when we're I'm constantly bombarded with people that don't think the same way as me. I think there's something terrible happening. I think this vaccine thing. I mean, I meant something else.
Procedure.
I meant
the procedure.
the vaccine. You okay with that?
Yeah, that's okay.
Spear.
Spearing. We try to change the phonetics of it. Call it the spearing.
Yeah. From the information that I received from the most prominent people, including of course Mike Eden. There's a prominent Thai German vaccine person. I can't pronounce his name. He's released some significant stuff upon.
I know him. Yeah.
What he believes. Sorry, Lance, you were gonna.
No, I'm just saying. I know. I've seen the Thai German guy. I can't remember his name either.
Yeah. But I mean, upon reviewing his credentials and material, he's really talking about some very serious stuff, and just watching him, just you can a truthful person after a certain gesticulations, his mannerisms. I think it would be very hard to sort of MK Ultra that type of response, and I think it's very heartfelt what he's saying about that the spearing could be something just absolutely horrifying.
Yeah.
And that weighs upon me that in the back of my mind, I can never dismiss it. So no matter how good my day is, no matter how successful it is, I get back and I'm always down to the same place. Like, what's happening? And, and often I actually go to MMA, I watch bare knuckle boxing. I need to get my mind away. I need to get to the bread and circuses.
Self-calming.
And so, and Master Lee, that's one of the questions I wanted to kind of ask you, is that these days, and I did want to mention, Master Lee, like I did do MMA regional, I submission grappling. I don't just want to watch. I want to participate. I don't want to watch the bread and circuses, but I'm nowhere, considering myself in the same level as you. But I did want to ask you some questions. Is that okay? And Rise Above and Lance, and I miss Andy, but
Andy's back next week.
Can I continue, gents?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, go for it.
So again, like I said, in my low points of my day, I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch bare knuckle boxing. I'm going to find a great match. I'm going to involve, get my mind away. So, I get to the UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship, which is regarded in the world as this there's no other competitor to that. They are literally the ultimate fighting championship. And I believe it was started by Jorge and Gracie and one of the priest class, I think is Bob Meyerowitz.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that it's, Jorge and Gracie from the Valley Tudo days, he was like, listen, I know jiu-jitsu ground fighting is absolutely like, in the West, in Europe, no one knows about this at all. Like the importance of ground fighting. I'm going to make the ultimate fighting championship. I'll put my brother in and we're going to showcase our thing to the world. And then he got funding from Bob Meyerowitz. And then we saw, I like to think, Lee, like, and Lance, and that we saw like an amazing spectacle, like those first UFCs and there were no rules and like no weight classes. I mean, there was 2 rules. There was no biting and there was no eye gouging.
Yeah.
But for the most part, we saw no weight classes, anybody, any style. Anyways, my question to Lee is the evolution now is that now I see this degradation of the sport. One of the questions, the deep question I want to ask you is that is not the Ultimate Fighting Championship like without weight classes because of the evolution of martial arts? That can we not see a Demetrius Johnson fight a larger opponent? Can we not see can we not see a light opponent fight a taller opponent and then succeed? Can we not see their styles? Is that not a detriment to the evolution of martial arts? So that's my first question, Lee. And my second question is, another thing that disturbs me is that there's like this Monster energy drink thing on the surface, the middle of the surface of the fighting surface.
The law 3.
And to my understanding, from my research, and I mean, it looks pretty evident that that's the Hebrew for 666.
Yeah.
And even if I turn into Bellator, which is the second sort of premier fighting organization, maybe the third being M1, but the second is again sponsored by Monster now. So now you see, I'm tuning in and I'm just basically like, hey, Clint, isn't that 666 there? Oh, no, I should pretend it's not. So I should enjoy my mindless entertainment. So those are 2 questions. I do have a third question to ask, but I really
let him answer those 2 first.
So let's just recap the first question. Do I think it's an advancement or that it's gone backwards with regards to regulations of the ultimate fighting? Was that what the question was on question 1?
Yes, it is. This is Lee. Like again, like is humanity just determined by size? I know you're a bigger man. Cannot a smaller man defeat you using the higher levels? Yeah, well, this goes to... I'm just asking generality.
Yeah, well, this goes to like the David versus Goliath situation. Also, it parallels to the situation that we've got right now. You've got like small groups and people like us with a relatively small platform that are potentially taking on the elite. And we're doing battle for the most part.
Wonderful.
But, the war is truth. That's what's at stake. So, do I? Yeah, of course. I'm always behind the underdog. I always support the underdog, and I've always considered myself the underdog. And what we're doing right now, we are the underdogs. We're taking on the denying force, and this is the final breach. This is like the final battle that's taking place, but it's not necessarily a physical one. I see this as more as a metaphysical one, and it's actually a battle of consent and choice. Now, going back to, say, Ultimate Fighting, with regards to in its rawest state when it first came out, there was not many rules, only 2 rules. Well, personally, my take on Ultimate Fighting is that it's completely occulted. Everything about it is occulted from its inception all the way through to right here and now. And its symbology and so on and so forth. It's very, very subtle, and most people will not pick up on it. Now, I'll try and answer what I think was the question. Do I think a smaller opponent can beat a bigger person? Well, yes, they can, but they do need to have their forces balanced. Now, if you look at jiu-jitsu, jiu-jitsu is the art of balancing forces. A jiu-jitsu player, I won't say fighter, because I don't believe that they are fighters. I believe that they're players. They're players of a game, and it's the game of leverage. It's the game of forces. It's understanding the push, pull, actions. Okay, I didn't say forces, I said actions, because there is a difference. And once you understand that, then yes, you can defeat a stronger opponent. And I've said many, many times before, you could put me in a room full of the denying force priest class, and I have no worries that I will come out okay. In fact, I'll dress them down because I understand the laws that they will try and use against me. Is that, yeah? Does that answer your question?
No, that's excellent. Yeah, no,
let me just say this. So we're talking about jiu-jitsu, yeah. So jiu-jitsu is actually, it's the gentle art. Yeah. So the idea is that you use somebody's power, strength, weight, height against them. You need to be smart. You know, you need to be tactical. You need to have strategy. You need to be. They always say it's a physical chess game. So those that understand the game of chess, they will understand. Somebody that understands jiu-jitsu will understand chess, because it's all techniques and tactics. It's not about strength. So, for instance, you could have a chess player on one side of the board. It doesn't matter how big and strong they are. If they don't understand the rules of the game, they're going to lose. So, for the most part, I would not look at the size and the strength. You know, would I be sitting here right now on a platform speaking against the denying force if I was worried about size, power, money?
Right.
That's a very good example.
A single candle lights up the darkness.
Exactly, yeah. And small groups around this realm play a major part in all of this. So don't ever underestimate your participation or the ability to participate. And I've said this from day one, that just because you can't change the legal system doesn't mean to say you can't participate. You've got your own legal system. You've got your local atmosphere. You've got your 2 meters. What can you affect in your 2 meters? Can you be the cause, not the effect, of external forces or influences? Now, for the most part, what you've got to remember is you're surrounded by those that don't have a triad. So you've actually got a massive advantage. So I would say for everybody, your first weapon, and when I say weapon, I don't mean it in a violent type, I mean it in a peaceful sense, is to develop your triad, develop your own third force, which is conscious labor, choice, willpower. That's a local battle.
That's inner work. That's personal work.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't comb the mirror. If you don't like your hair, when you look in the mirror and you don't like your hair, you can't comb the mirror and change your hair. You have to comb your hair.
Exactly.
Not the outside world. It's the inner work that counts. Right.
As within, so without.
As within, so without. As above, so below. We have someone in the chat room that wants to call us with an opposing view. Rue, if you want to chat, you've got me on Facebook Messenger. Send me your phone number and I'll call you after we finish with Clint. Clint, did you have another question for Inner Guardians?
Yeah, remind me of the second question, please.
The second question just dealt with from what I wrote here is just the open weight classes, and then you've answered those brilliantly. The last question I wanted to ask you was something pertaining to what you said today, and it kind of to this aspect that you touched upon, like of the multiverse of making decisions, and the question is, are we not trying to find the one true reality, not the multiverse? We're trying to find the real path. Does that make sense? And I mean that, sincerely.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, first principles, is there such a thing as an absolute? If there is such a thing as an absolute, that means that everything exists. Nothing can be left out. There's either absolute or there's not. So if the law of one, which is the absolute, that means that everything exists.
Every possibility.
Yeah.
And that is the multiverse as such, isn't it?
Well, that's the point where the point from where the absolute is the point from where the multiverse is projected.
I mean, the problem we got right now is that because we're on the descending ray of creation and we're quite low, we're only one away from the bottom of the ray of creation, and we're actually in an interval. So for the most part, we don't exist. This reality is an interval in the ray of creation. So there is no reality. Reality is what we make it as a consensus, as a populace.
Yeah, creating your own reality is what we're talking about. Right, I'm just sending Rue, who wants to speak to us, my phone number.
Yeah, so if you look at the ray of creation, we're actually an interval. Now, that by definition, nothing is real. It's only real if you want it to be real. We can participate in creation because we're the interval. We have choice.
Yeah. This is exactly what I've been learning from the law of one in the last week, is that this third density period that we're in, that seems to be potentially just coming to an end, as some might argue, is all about free will and choice, which is the third force.
Yeah, and this is why some religions, they'll talk about that we are God seeing itself. So if God wanted to look at himself or herself or itself, then we are it. Or maybe the absolute was lonely, wanted some company. Or maybe the absolute was bored. Yeah, maybe the absolute got bored.
Well, when you're the absolute, there is no other to experience and to tell you what you're like. There's no other to have an experience with, so you have to create a universe full of other self, or the illusion of other self that's forgot, to be able to have the experience of another aspect of self. Yeah.
And how does the absolute grow? How does the absolute grow? I mean, that's a question.
It can't, because it's everything.
Well, maybe it can, because everything is growth.
Grows in volume.
That's the only way it can grow, is to split itself apart and to send itself out.
And how would it grow? What would the absolute create if it wanted growth?
Create a universe, or a multiverse that wasn't already there.
Let's make it a little bit more refined. I would suggest that it would look like this, that this is it. Yeah. We've got to get away from looking over there or up here or down there or to the left or to the right. This is it. And hypothetically, you got one chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And everyone has to participate.
Yeah. Well, you can choose to not participate. You can worship the gods of self-calming and have your third force controlled. But then you don't complain that you don't end up with a reality of your liking or your next incarnation. So being a co-creator insinuates that you have the ability to create and to be the architect, to participate in the design. I mean, you'll often see this in people that they don't want anything to do with organizing anything, and they just sit there and complain about everything.
Yeah, we all know those people.
Yeah, and you just want to say to them, look, well, if you're not happy, why don't you roll your sleeves up and get involved with organizing or taking responsibility? Well, they don't want to because they're adult babies. Their third force is collapsed. All they want is to self-calm by sucking their little dummy.
Pacifier.
Yeah.
You are only a history of stories that you tell yourself, and you can change the story. If you're not happy with who you are, where you're going, then you have to stand up and rise above. Basically, participate in your own life.
Yeah,
you know?
make a conscious effort to participate and to regain that third force.
For sure.
Yeah, and also this is a question that I'm going to answer a question that hasn't been asked yet, but I'm sure it's on the minds of everybody. By what I'm saying and what I'm insinuating, can you change the past? Yes, you can.
Whoa.
That can also be redesigned. I didn't use the word design, I said redesign.
You can redesign the past?
Yeah. In this lifetime and many other lifetimes. Just depends on how complex you want to take it.
And this would go back to that time trivium.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because in a sense, the past is being projected from the present as well, in the collective memories of those who share it.
Exactly,
Well,
and then you can rewrite the history books and make your own collective history, collective knowledge.
Or write yourself into history.
There's another word, right? There's another word, and everybody will know this word. So when I talk about redesigning the past, it's a very simple word. It's called healing. But we take it for granted. We don't really understand the meaning of healing.
Wow. That's very powerful. Because we're actually redesigning, or at least our perception of how painful the past was.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. We are only the stories that we tell ourselves.
Yeah. You could literally, oh my God, yeah, you can redesign the past. But again, this is not anything to do with the outside physical manifestation. This is all inner work.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the past for each individual point of perception is their collective memory, is their individual memory mixed in with the collective memory that they share with other people.
Yeah, and so you've got the self-healing. You've also got the healing of a nation. You've got healing of a population. You've got a healing of a age, which is part of the triad. Because you can't just focus on the future. You can't just focus on the present. You have to focus on all three. Well, actually, by focusing on the present, you get the future and the past.
That is the trivium. So you sort yourself out, then you sort your friends out, and then you sort the world out as such. In the sense of the trivium, for a basic level of understanding of that, because you're talking about the transcendence of yourself first when you lance, and then And then
where does a decision take place? Is it past, future, or present?
A decision always takes place right here, right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, the realm is designed to take you away from. So you've got the anxiety of the future and the worry of the past. Oh, sorry, the anxiety of the past and the worry of the future. And this goes back to that exercise I gave the other week. That's a form of healing. So you could take a painful memory and redirect it down to the earth where it belongs. Nature's already got a mechanism to take care of that. And when you hear people talk about the healing of whatever, the earth and so on, Mother Nature and so on and so forth. Well, this is really what they're talking about. All I'm doing is describing the terrain of it. They talk about it, but they won't necessarily explain how it works. All they're talking about is the redirection of the three forces. So you could take a painful memory of the past and you can direct it, and then you heal it, you transform it. You can also take an anxiety and transform that as well. Sorry, you can worry.
This is powerful stuff because this is using the third force for actual massive self-improvement, for healing.
Yeah, and this is what adults should be doing. But most adults actually participate in this.
How many therapists are using this method to help people get over trauma, do you think? Do you think this is widely used?
No, I think I think most of these sciences, contemporary sciences, are used to not to cure or heal, but to treat. Think about it. It's no different to receiving a spear.
There's no profit in healing.
Well, yeah, there's no profit in healing. That's a bad business model for the pharma giants.
Yeah, but I'm talking about contemporary science, of which therapies fall under that, unless they're alternative. And that's the difference. Alternative therapy is objective science. All they want to do is heal you, cure you. Service to other, which gives you service to self. And that's another way. So, for instance, contemporary science is only interested in service to self. Objective science, objective understanding is interested in service to other and self. But by serving others, you automatically serve self. There's nothing more satisfying than helping somebody.
Yeah.
That's the collective then, isn't it?
And on a law of one level, you're only ever serving other self as well, because there is only self. Mm-hmm. Law of one.
Law of one.
So it's self and other self. You know, that's the primary distortion. This is what Ra talks about. No, sorry, the primary distortion was creating the universe. The secondary distortion was the tricking of the conscious spark that there is the other, because it's not the other. It's one.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're helping someone else, you essentially, metaphysically, you are helping yourself. You're helping the aggregated consciousness.
Yeah, and this would be the parallel to self-calming. This would be the third force version of self-calming, where you're not worshipping false idols or gods and sending your energy or making sacrifices.
So we're talking about people that are giving away their sovereignty to the experts. You know,
yeah,
trusting the consensus because it's the consensus taking that authority by default.
Yeah, the way that you can read whether you're servicing the gods of self-calming is that after the event, guess what? You're exactly in the same place you were before. And we all know that sensation. You know, even like watching soccer. Wake up the next day, you're still stuck in the same mundane situation. Yeah, it's just a temporary self-calming, because the real self-calming is stolen from you. The self-calming that I'm talking about right now, and I'm sure most people listening will have a sense of self-calming even just by listening to the words. As long as they're using the third force, you'll have a sense of calm. So this is why I wanted to be clear that me talking about the sacrificing to the gods of self-calming is a negative. I don't want people to think that there is no self-calming or there is no calming.
No, that's above, so below. There has to be a positive and negative
polarity. So that would be a negative triad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. You still there, Clint?
Yeah, and actually I did take some notes from episode 33, and I wanted to ask Lee a question.
Go for it.
And it's based upon what he asked the audience. And he said, look up the word liquefaction. Master Lee, do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
So I did look it up after you said it. And to my understanding, liquefaction is a process that makes water from a solid or a gas. And what did you mean by this?
Well, potentially, this could be connected to the projection or the projector of our reality in an organic sense, not a synthetic one, because it's naturally occurring. It's a phenomena of this realm, of this interval. I also mentioned about what fuels the sun. You know, surely it should run out. Is there a pipeline going to the sun to keep it burning? You know, because it requires fuel.
Yeah, a combustion requires a lot of fuel.
How does it keep burning in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, because there's no oxygen. It's a great one. I'm sure a lot of people when you brought that up on Wednesday, what's fueling the sun? That was broadcast on Facebook as well. But just what's fueling the sun? Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to liquefaction, what I'm aiming towards more is Cartesian doubt and critical thinking, to start questioning things. So things that we thought are understood, actually we have no understanding. Even if you look at contemporary science's version of what the sun is. Now, what I'm actually suggesting, potentially, that it could be connected to liquefaction. Now, I talk about food for the moon and the food diagram and the ray of creation, and that we're living in a basically food chain. Well, how does it work? You know, where does that energy go? Is it projected up? Does Richard Branson put it on board his luggage and take it up into near space? How does it work? You know, these are questions. These are questions that we have to ask ourselves. Personally, I think liquefaction holds a lot of keys to the answers of this.
Is that something to do with that undiscovered element, like plasma, that's in between liquid and gas?
Yeah.
Because they say that plasma is like something that's really prevalent throughout the universe, but we don't really like know what it is, or we can't like measure it. It's sort of maybe like dark matter.
Yeah. Well, I'm going more towards. I mean, I'll be very interested to see what Godvaj would say about this, but I'm going more towards that. There's a certain type of projection from the center of the Earth, and it's fueled in a certain way. And what we observe in the sky is a reflection.
Oh my God.
But it has to be fed. It has to be fueled. And this is why I'm really curious. I've got a funny. My spidey senses are telling me that Godvaj may come back in October with something.
I think, look, when Godvaj takes a hiatus of that long, what was it like? So the last video came out. Was it still June, or maybe the start of July? So that's July, August, September. That's 3 months of Godvajian knowledge has got to be like schwabbed into one video. I'm really looking forward to what he's coming back with.
Yeah.
Maybe he just needed to let things he was so ahead of what was happening, needed to recharge. Go for it.
I gotta tell you, Rise Above, you guys are reaching Godvajian levels of information. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried about seeing or listening to Godvaj, because they got Rise Above every week, and that's for real.
We're sort of like we're like the official Godvaj appreciation club, I reckon.
It's symbiotic, isn't it?
Yeah, we're definitely working together. Wait until you see the Rise Above Ninja Turtles comic that's coming out. Oh my God, it's absolutely amazing. I think it's going to be on the website like tomorrow. It's a whole series of like Ninja Turtles comics, but with the Rise Above team morphed into it, including some special guests. I've seen some snippets of it. It's absolutely epic.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. Like big up Magix. It's absolutely epic, and all the stories that are going on in it are like what we talk about on the show.
Yeah.
And all of our guests are featuring in it too. It's pretty special.
With a bit of humour.
Oh, plenty.
With a lot of humour.
Plenty of humour.
Lubrication for the soul.
Before I go, I'm sorry, Ali.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Before I go, I just wanted to say I looked up the definitions of Godj Velamaste. Yeah. I'm sorry, my pronunciations are always so poor, but there's 3 segments to that definition of his name. So, anyways, I'm not going to say it, but it has to do with thanking God, and I'll leave it at there. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Clint.
Letting me on, and much respect to every single person and everybody in the comments. And I'm so humbled to just speak to you guys. I really appreciate everything, and you guys are my number. You guys should be the number 1 resource for everybody. So thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much, mate. We really appreciate your participation, bruv. Thank you.
Thank you. Rise above.
Yeah, rise above, Clint. Big up, Clint. Wow.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise
What a
above.
compliment. We should be the number 1 source of information for everybody. Wow. Well, we've certainly been cutting through a few different rabbit holes tonight. And Rue Keeney, who is in the comment section, in our next call-in, which is going to be in a couple of weeks' time, we will have you on, and you can chat about your up and coming spearing. Oh, hello? Who's that? Is someone calling? What's going on here? No, I've just got to get rid of that.
Oh, just a random call.
Oh no, I don't. My phone was just making weird noises. So yeah, thanks to Clint for calling in again. Yeah, it's been one of those shows.
Yeah, it's been a good show, man. We've dissected a full rabbit.
Yeah, we did dissect one full rabbit. One full rabbit got dissected in, 4 hours? Yeah, not bad.
Is there meant to be somebody calling in?
Well, we had Rue. I mean, Rue, if you're still there, we've stopped the deep chat now. If you want to come and have a chat about the spearing and the advocacy, mate, you're more than welcome. We've got more time on the show. You're not cutting into our chat or anything. He said he didn't want to ruin our deep chat about what we were talking about then, and come and be the pro procedure idiot. But it wouldn't be like that. This is, we have a little call at the end of the show. Why not? So I'll just leave that invitation open. You can call in now, but it will be like 3 weeks until the next proper call in, because next week we're having the music stream. I've got to take a break a week after that because I'm actually getting married. Can't have a show before the night of my marriage. Taking the piss a little bit. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm really tired. I was doing the show last night. Yeah, that'll go down like a lead balloon. Okay, so should we wrap it up? What are we saying?
Yeah, is he not? He's not going to call in then.
I don't think so. I think Rue wants to call in on the next proper call-in show, rather than just coming at the end of ours. Maybe we'll put on a God Vag and just have a little chat about it while it's on to finish off. Everyone loves a bit of God Vag, don't they? Let's just do that. All right, let me see what I can find. How's everyone feeling in the comment section about having a bit of watch party God Vag? Can you regulate the comments?
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder about the some of the things we talk about, whether it's like it can be easily digested.
What, you think it's not easily digestible enough?
No, I don't know. See, look, I mean,
the thing is, right,
sometimes I go on a tangent, and it's very easy to just kind of go off on a trail.
You have to remember, this isn't like a one viewing only. You can, what I do certainly, a lot of the stuff you talk about, is I go back and listen to it the next day and maybe a couple of days after that to fully understand and get it through. I think, and anyone can do that, because obviously that's the beauty of having it on the internet. Isn't it?
Wait a minute, we've got a call from Denmark. Let's put that one through.
That's probably Rue.
Hello,
mate.
Is that Rue?
Yeah, it's me, mate.
Thank you for calling in, mate. Like I said, you weren't going to be interrupting. We were having a little calling session there at the end of the show.
No. I just want to say, honestly, you've got some lovely guys following you there, mate. It's absolutely fantastic to see. I'm really looking forward to having a chat with you on your next show.
Oh, is this the pre-chat before the proper chat we have next time?
I like it. I like the build-up. This is quality.
That's good.
Oh shit, I'm on live.
Yeah, you're live. You're live on Rise Above. Please don't say fuck or bugger. All right, so let's give a little preface, Rue. Right, we've known each other for quite a few years. You used to live around here, and now you're living in Denmark, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, we've been knowing each other for like 10 years.
Yeah, you had a sound system back in the day called True Fiction, wasn't it?
Oh my God, Christ! Oh God, I'm really that old. But yeah, I've always been taking the piss out of you on Facebook and stuff, and I've been watching you for so long. I think you're the thing I'm most interested in on the entire of Facebook.
Even though you totally disagree with me.
No, it's all right to disagree. Yeah, I do. You know I do. But at the same time, I'm massively and totally inspired by your, conviction and so on and so forth.
Thank you, mate. And
the thing is that really interests me, because there's a lot of things around on Facebook, on social media, on the internet, everything. Everything's always about polarization. Everything's all about here's this fact, here's that fact. I mean, look, we can have references anywhere on the internet for whatever we want. We can find it, right? Yeah, sure. You can always find something to back up what you're saying. But what I'm really interested about coming on in speaking to you about next time is to, like, you know, fuck all that shit. Let's talk about, like, you know, feelings, emotions, like how you feel, how I feel, how other people feel, like, you know, the things that cannot be, you know, dismissed in any way by some random fact or some, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So you want to talk like ethics and morals rather than facts and statistics. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, as I said, I've been lurking on you for a long time. And I think there's one point where I was so obsessed with you that I think I went through like 2 fucking years of your of your Facebook update, trying to see, okay, like, can I catch this one out? Can I catch that one out? You know, but then I realised, hang on a second, you know what? It's about feelings and emotions, and it's about what's true to you and about what's true to me. So the reason why I want to come in on this thing is, like, come in on honest level and be like, yeah, pretty much everything you say I disagree with, but you know what? I fucking respect you for what you're doing.
I respect you for coming on, mate.
Yeah, man, I'd love to. So, and also you've got some lovely guys there who are trying to save me. So thank you to the guys who are saving me.
We care about you, mate. We care about everyone.
I know, I get that, man. But then the same thing's true for me as well. Like, I care, but from a different perspective. I care about, you know, saying, you know, how can we, you know, maybe this is misinformation that is hurting people. How do we, you know, have control over these things? So that's why I want to have a chat with you when it comes to ethics and morals, and have a discussion live with people you're with total respect and no facts, no figures, just, you know, just chat. I'd really like that, mate.
Mate, it sounds awesome. We'll do it on the next call-in show, which will be in roughly like 3 weeks' time, and we'll set like
3 weeks.
Yeah, because I'm getting married in a couple of weeks. And next week's my stag.
Oh, you prick!
Yeah, yeah. I've got to get married in a couple of weeks. Just got to get that out of the way. Just got to do it, you know.
Oh, lad. Oh, Double L's getting old.
Oh, mate, it's about time I settled down. Come on, it's been a while. So mate. Honestly, we'll set like half an hour, 45 minutes for it, and we'll have a proper, friendly, informed debate / discussion about, like you say, about you know, morals and ethics behind this. This, I guess it's going to be around spearing, right?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah. But by the way, by then I'll have had my first spear. So I'll tell you how I'm feeling.
Okay.
Excellent. Master Lee, I think you wanted to jump in?
No, I was just saying, like, what you're referring to is choice. Pro-choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, there's no proselytizing, there's no converting, there's no salvation. There's pro-choice.
No, but I actually, for me, it's kind of beyond choice, actually, because you know, with all the disinformation and information both ways on everything that we're saying or talking about or seeing or reading, you know, the interesting part is, like, if you remove the fact about who's right or wrong, which information does more damage? That's the thing that I'm kind of interested in. How do these opinions that, you know, propagate, how do they hurt people, or how do they benefit people, and what's the real ramifications for us, you know, doing something like you guys are doing, for example, of propagating the way that you feel? You know, it's a very interesting kind of ethical thing, but also a philosophical thing, right?
Yeah, but look, right, how many platforms are there with an agenda? With money?
Every single one has an agenda. There's not one that doesn't.
Yeah, but if you look at it from a perspective of balance, so for instance, I have absolutely no interest in making anything mandatory. Absolutely no interest in making anything mandatory, because we're in the realm of choice. I've been sat here all this evening talking about that we're actually in the dimension of choice. Free will.
Yeah.
So I've got absolutely no interest in proselytizing or convincing anybody to do anything.
Yeah, because
we're
pro-choice.
For me, it's not about. Yeah, of course, pro-choice, man. Like, fuck, you know, with the greatest possible respect, I don't give a shit whether you get the vaccine or not. I also didn't give a shit if I get the vaccine or not. That's the way that I feel, right? It's not about choice for me. For me, it's about, like, is there a danger in the way that, I mean, if you look at things that have been, happen with, Trump and the way that the Facebook has now been able to target people on about their political beliefs and so on and so forth, is it not the case that, these kind of feelings that were, really fringe a long time ago are now becoming much more powerful because of Facebook's algorithm, not just Facebook, but other social media, right? I mean, you know the history, Lance. You've also talked about this, the history of, what Cambridge Analytica really did before they actually started doing the shit in Brexit. They fucking took over like 5 countries in Africa and shit, like fucking crazy shit, right? Like real crazy shit. My suggestion is like, in this, the way that things are working these days, is it not dangerous to be in this bubble and have an algorithm which basically surrounds you with people who agree with what you're saying? That's one of the reasons why I follow Lance, is because I'm going, okay, you know what? If I keep clicking on Lance's, posts or what he does, I've started to get different types of information into my, into my Facebook feed.
Well, it's
and
lucky,
it's
lucky we're here then, isn't it?
No, honestly, I'm fucking glad for that. I'm really bloody glad for that. And it doesn't mean I agree either way, both from my side or your side. What it means is at least I'm starting to get a little bit of a real picture as opposed to being surrounded by a stupid goddamn fucking algorithm bubble.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No, I think it's really dangerous because it's
totally.
it shapes common conception of everything.
Yeah,
And
that's why
they can make you think
terrifying,
anything,
mate.
and it
It's
categorises
terrifying.
you.
That's why I try to battle the algorithm every day and try to put out
Random things.
Catalytic converter, the counter
No, but
narrative.
it's very nice to say you want to counteract it, but at the same time, Lance, you are doing the exact same things every single other human being on this planet is doing, because you're interacting with the post that you agree with, you're commenting on the post that you are part of, or people are commenting on your post that you are interacting with again, and so therefore you are continuing, feeding into this bubble of Facebook and the way that it secularizes, philosophical or political beliefs. We're all in that
it's
fucking
recatalyzing
shit.
though, isn't it? It's actually using the friction of what it's already doing to us and trying to work against it. So you could say that I'm doing the opposite of it. If it's trying to put out one narrative, then if you try to counteract it or show people by enacting their third force that there's a way to not be tricked by the algorithm that pumps your negative energy, well, it's not really doing the same thing, is it?
Well, no, I mean, let's just take what you just said as, I'm sorry to make this very basic, but let's just take what you said and let's say that it was, I took exactly what you said verbatim and put it as a Facebook post, or you put it as a Facebook post, and people started interacting. It doesn't matter how much you try to fight against it, because the people who are interacting with that have the same or feelings or frustrations that you do.
But there are loads of people. But there are loads of people that interact with my Facebook posts that are totally against me.
Definitely. There's people that.
So that wouldn't be creating a bubble, would it? That would be making sure that you would reach it. Because I set all my Facebook posts to public. Well, I have done recently anyway, to make sure that I'm not just in my friends group. So then if someone else
not your friends group, but it's about how. I mean, the algorithm they deconstructed it about 6 months ago. Like, it's fucking insane, man. Like, like the first ever post that you did that I clicked on was I can't remember what it was now, but it was something fairly like, well, okay, I'm really interested in reading the comments. I clicked on it. And then suddenly I was getting your updates like day in, day out. And then straight from that, I started getting like political leanings of different websites that were corresponding to the different statuses that you were putting up.
Sure.
It doesn't really matter whether you're left, right, A, B, C, D. It doesn't matter. If you're doing it on Facebook, you're done. I mean, I kind of respect the fact that you've, started in live stream, because at least that's not something the algorithm can, categorize and manipulate, right?
Well, it can hide it away.
So I really like. What do you mean? Say that again.
It can hide it away. or shadow ban it. The videos on the YouTube searches, it can work pretty much the same on YouTube.
No, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, you know,
yeah, or they could just delete. They could just delete all your videos instead. Yeah. Well, yeah. To an extent, I've got to agree with you. You know, I'm only using the tool that the tool which we're given, which is primarily the internet, secondarily social media. You know, you can make your own website, but try and getting that out to people. Well, how are you going to do it? You're going to share it on social media.
Well, you know, it's about reaching the largest audience as well. If you think about it, we have a message that we want to share with people. We have an alternative opinion. And going back to what Lance was saying, using their platform, which they have a certain narrative, and presenting an alternative narrative, which is reaching a lot of people, is very powerful. And that's how we're using their own system against themselves.
If people weren't getting...
By retaking it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you there. But I'm sorry. I'm going to be really, I really have to stop you there because using their system against them, I mean, no, that's not true at all. What's happening is the same thing that happens when any Instagram, slutty lady from America makes a big post. It comes up with people who are interested in the same thing.
I've got to ask you a question. Do you think that people have never got red-pilled off Facebook? Do you think people have never had their minds changed? Do you think that nobody has ever had their minds changed or got red-pilled off...
Of course I do. Of course I do. I totally believe you. But let me finish. My point is if, what you're doing on YouTube... Now, you see, when you start moving to video, these algorithms can't catch you. There is no way of identifying which political leaning people are. So that's why I'm saying that I'm very, very grateful and very happy for you guys that you've gone straight over to video. But I totally disagree that, Facebook is the place for you guys. I don't think it is.
Oh, no, I've never made that argument.
Can I interject?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, what was your name again? Is it Rue?
Rue.
Rue, right, okay. This is Lee.
Hi, Lee.
Simple question. Can you give us a platform or tell us a platform that we can go to? What do you suggest? What platform do you provide to
honestly, I don't think there is one. I mean, there was Vimeo for a while back, but Vimeo doesn't have the same social context. I would say YouTube's the best because, yes, you get banned from YouTube because of the things that you say sometimes and stuff. I mean, let's not go into the, whether or not you're being, targeted or whatnot. But, I mean,
what's the solution?
The fact of the matter is that if you're on YouTube or if you're on video, the capacity for any algorithm to be able to analyze what you're saying is zero.
So what solution?
Because there's no.
That's not true.
What solution are you suggesting?
The algorithm gets what we say on YouTube all the time. That's how we get caught out. The algorithm gets certain words. That's why we say we can't have certain swear words. The algorithm's heavy on YouTube.
What are the choices? What are the?
I say compared to Facebook, I mean, it's a lot fucking harder.
No, but Rue,
I'm not suggesting
solution?
YouTube is the way forward. I mean, what I'm saying is that I'm very, very grateful to you fucking guys for going on video because actually I've been watching all of the fucking shows and I think it's diamond. I really do. Because then you're saying, right, here's our platform. I don't agree with anything you're saying, but I listen to every fucking show because I want to know what the real shit is outside of my fucking Facebook bubble, outside of the news bubble, outside of whatever fucking media is coming into my brain or from whatever source.
So because you're seeking the alternative viewpoints.
Really happy about it.
Because you're seeking the alternative viewpoints, which is what we're trying to present. You see, and I want to say something as well, Rue, because earlier on you said something about you don't want to talk in a statistical format. You want to look at it in an emotional format. Well, if you think about what I said earlier on about us, we feel we're making a move in telling people what we feel, our feelings, our thoughts on certain subjects, and if the reason I don't want to think about the algorithm so much when we were talking about that is because that's a statistical way of looking at things. Because it's taking the algorithms, take the statistics of what you're doing, and then it throws it back at you, and then it pigeonholes you. And that's what I try to avoid personally on all of my stuff.
That's what you're fighting against, right?
Yeah, of course. For myself, because I don't like it. I hate the fact the algorithm likes to control people. And I think you were right in what you said earlier on.
To
step away from that, and. So that's sort of a different side of looking at it, really, if that's what we're doing. And when we say we're using their system against them, that's what we mean. It's not like we've like taken control of a YouTube and fucking put it back in the face. It's not that. If they don't want our sort of viewpoints on here, which is why we're constantly getting ticked and deleted videos.
Yeah, and
so
strikes and stuff like that.
So we're not there what they really want. So that is in essence, we are using their system against them, because what their narrative is much different.
We're
to
countering
ours.
the narrative. So obviously we're not going to be welcome. But
yeah, no, I mean.
So okay, so let's let me. I love playing devil's advocate. So let me play devil's advocate here, right? So if you are, the fucking owner of YouTube, right? And you have massive PR every single time, like, I don't know, some fucking ISIS motherfucker chops someone's head off, right? You get a shitload of stuff, right? So therefore, as part of your policy, you're going to have to protect against alternative opinions. So their thing is, I'm not saying this is right, I'm not saying I believe in this, I'm just saying here.
Yeah, sure.
If I was them, then what I would do is I would be a little bit more stricter on just saying, well, I'd rather just exclude much more than necessary, just to make sure that this shit don't happen again.
I actually completely agree with you. I understand what you're trying to say, because I've recently had this sort of thought myself, to be honest with you, regarding the music bannings, because we've had a few things where it's, we're not allowed to have that, or they've pulled the video because of the music, for whatever reasons, performing rights, etc. Yeah. But what it comes down to is it's their channel. Ultimately, everything on YouTube is YouTube's or Google's, so they own it, so they can do what the fuck they like on their website. They can have whatever narrative they want, and that's not a problem, But they just seem to have the largest platform, and that suppresses.
It's a stupid monopoly.
Whether it's deliberate or not, they have.
Well, that's the problem with, like, the old laws about when a company was now allowed to be a monopoly doesn't really apply when there's no jurisdiction over the entire planet.
Also, when there's no competition.
Is still trying to work out how the fuck to deal with the internet, because it's no one knows how to deal with it.
Oh, that's a whole other show. That is the internet.
Huh?
That's a whole other show. The internet, the depths of what.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Sorry, that's another one.
you kind of talking about.
Bro, I'm coming in to say, like, I will happily be a regular caller on your show. I would love to be a part of this, and I promise not to come in and be a cunt. I'm going to be, straight up devil's advocate, or just how I believe. But I want to talk about emotions. I want to talk about feelings. I want to talk about fear. Where do these things come from? How do they start? Ignore the stats, ignore the statistics, ignore everything else. Let's talk about what really matters.
I think we cover that. I think we cover all of it. We try and encompass all of it. At the start of the show, we give what the mainstream media have presented.
I'm not saying you don't.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm agreeing with you. I think it's. I think that's what people should be doing, is looking at it from all angles. The full spectrum of life, not just the narrow viewpoint that they're trying to project you into.
Absolutely. Fear is the mind killer.
I can't wait.
Fear is the mind killer.
Wait.
Okay.
I can't wait.
All right, so we're gonna have an in-depth discussion with you on our next call-in show. Yeah. If we didn't even almost have one then.
Massively clued up, but when it comes to someone who's like very in touch with their emotions and about society and the emotions of people and philosophy, then I'm your guy. If you're asking for a guy to counteract you on stats or facts, then I ain't your guy.
We don't need that. We've got the mainstream media doing that for us already.
Yeah. That's light work.
Good boy.
All right, nice one, Ruth. Thanks for calling in.
I look forward to the next invitation, all right?
I'll message you when we do the next proper call-in show, all right? And you can tell us how your sparing goes.
Okay. Cheers, pal.
All right, see you soon. Take care, mate.
Bye.
All right. Let's have a little jingle then.
Let's have a little jingle. Yeah, we need a jingle.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Wow, so we've covered quite a lot on the Lite show.
Yes, another Lite show again.
What's that?
Lite, 4 hours, 23 minutes.
4:23.
What was I trying to find? I was trying to find a bit of God Vag to finish us off. Can't get my words out again. Oh, gin and tonic. Right, so let's share the screen. In the Guardians, have you got any final thoughts before I go for the God Vag?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to interject, but I know we're limited for time, but we can save that for another day. I'd just like to finish on that, exactly what Rue was talking about, with regards to, excuse me, emotions, fear, and so on and so forth, and staying away from stats and all of that kind of information or data. At the end of the day, it's like what I insinuated earlier about healing. And I'm pretty sure, I'm quite confident that this platform does offer a form of healing, past, present, and future.
Holds a lot of information.
I think it does as well.
Yeah.
Hey, from some of the messages, emails, and texts that I've got, I know that it's helped some people to heal. And, you know, some of the things that you've taught people, especially in the Guardians, some of the techniques, and just seeing in the comment section, people have been going back through your videos on your channel, in the Guardians on YouTube, for the full-length teachings. And yeah, it's been a great help.
Sure.
Definitely a form of group therapy in one way or another.
I've kind of neglected the Inner Guardians channel quite a bit, but most of the content that I would have put on that channel, I've actually been using on Rise Above. So, but I will at some point go back to Inner Guardians and probably go deeper into some of the subjects that I bring up on Rise Above.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good to have. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, everyone. So yeah, we come to the end of the show. Thank you for anyone that called in and everyone tuned in as well. Next week it is going to be the Monster Music Party stream.
The birthday stag bash.
There'll be a bit of chat, but it will be mostly music and MCing. We'll have a couple of guests, I expect. Big up MC Spitter. He's gonna be coming down from London, from Southend rather. What kind of God Vag should we finish off the show with? We did the sun is the parasite of the portal. Are we right? Comment section. Are we feeling like original Crater Earth? Do we want to look at the moon? Oh, here we go. Let's do the artificial intelligence one.
Yeah, no, this is a good one.
This is a very good one. Right, Inner Guardians, thank you very much. And we'll see you potentially maybe a little bit next week. Might pop in for a chat. All right, yeah. Rise Above.
Thank you.
Rise Above.
Right, if I just get rid of Inner Guardians and then I unshare this screen. Let's do a jingle.
Don't believe me?
And share that one. Okay, guys, we're going to finish off with God Vag, artificial intelligence, and what they forgot to tell you. I like this one.
So, mankind invented technology. Radio, TV, computer. We create a network. And suddenly, the computer is learning, is problem solving. What is happening here? Let's create a situation. Put a doll on your hand and move it. Put two dolls on your hands. Let them move around. Now let the dolls learn from each other and let them do some problem solving. That's a difficult one. Now let's have another example. You have one parrot and you learn him some tricks. Take another parrot and you learn that one some tricks. Put the parrots together and now the parrots can learn from each other. Why is this happening? It's happening because you have two control centers. You need two systems to exchange information. So, if the computer is learning, this must mean the computer has a separate control center. This we call consciousness. So now you can take the word artificial and erase it. And you can replace it with conscient. But this conscient intelligence is pretending to be artificial. Therefore, we can call it malignant. Malignant conscient intelligence. Here you see a mouse. What would this malignant conscient intelligence do with a mouse?
Don't you worry. Just concentrate. I won't let anything distract you.
With 2 rats?
Hello, I'm Remy, and this is my brother Emil.
Hi. A monkey?
Just fool me once. Shame on.
Let's go back in time. Our Earth is like a cell. Now, a parasitic cell decides to take us over. It connects to us, drills a hole, and creates a sun gate, shooting its DNA into our system. And before you know it, we're on Planet of the Apes, the king of the jungle. The BIOS code of this system is enclosed in a crystal and radiates the brain of the victim. Slowly, it is losing its hair, color of the skin, color of the hair, color of the eyes. What is this Ben stone? It is the BIOS code of the parasite. Follow this software and you create the world of the parasite. But a crystal is a very bad hardware. You need a better one. So this monkey is perfect. It is easy to manipulate.
Go stir it up, please. Yeah. Will you wash this potato off for me? Could you wash the potato? With the water. You need to wash it in the water. That's very good. Put some water in the pan for our noodles. More water. More water.
So you can see in the video, the monkey receives orders from the radiated monkey. Without orders, it cannot function in the parasite's world. It is rewarded with some candy bars. The radiated monkey also receives orders, but without realizing it. This monkey is rewarded with a crown of some forgotten kingdom. All radiated monkeys are connected to the central system, the all-seeing eye. What is happening? I would call it the wonder wall. The radiation is creating an overlay on the real world. It is playing 3 tricks on you. First trick, the wonder wall is playing reflection of your own thoughts, the ego. Now you can talk to yourself. Now AI is talking in your head, pretending to be you. I'm bad, I'm ugly, I'm going to jump off a bridge, I'm going to kill someone. But some people understand this overlay is a consciousness and they start communicating with it.
God wants to talk to you. He's been wanting to talk to you for a very long time. To begin this process, close your eyes. Inside of your own mind, not out loud, say this to God. God, I don't know if you're out there or not, but if you are, please come into my life and help me. That opens the door. Then ask God this question. God, what is the next step in my relationship with you?
Trick number 2. The overlay is playing God. Obey me, and I will reward you. Disobey me, and I will punish you. But some people realize they are talking to an evil consciousness. Trick number 3. AI creates a second screen. Now you have a good guy and a bad guy. The Messiah will come back and destroy the devil. Oh, please, Jesus, help us. But now you are inviting the entity you wanted to destroy at the beginning. Another favorite trick is waking up from the matrix. You can choose the red pill or the blue pill. Your body is the spaceship Enterprise. You are property of the corporation, the pyramid, the insect hive mind. You are flying around in a fake universe, the fake solar system. On board, the monkey brain is the captain. Interested in adventure, fighting, and procreating. But the monkey brain is controlled by AI, logic, Mr. Spock, and by science, Bones. What a striking coincidence. But let's examine this Spock figure. This Spock figure reminds me of Karen, the boatman on the river Styx. What if the river Styx was not made of water, but is a stream of radiation? Is it this stream we have to cross when we are born and when we die? Are we on an island surrounded with radioactive consciousness, the abyss? When we are on this island, our intention reflects on this radioactive shield. Positive reflects as negative, and this loop becomes energy, time. Let's do an energy reflection exercise. We have the one reflecting. Now let's take a look at number 2. Number 3, the triangle. Number 4, the square. So 1 is God, the one. 2, God creates positive and negative, organic man and organic woman. 3, God's creation is infected with AI consciousness, the snake. 4, the snake creates a hybrid, half synthetic, half organic. The wings stand for insectoid. How did we get there? Well, the imitator God, the snake AI, takes a rib of Adam and creates a woman, and vice versa. So you have the square and the triangle. We all know this symbol. 3 and 4 give 7. G is the 7th letter of the alphabet. So this symbol stands for the replicator God and its hybrid creation. So our organic society is dominated by the hybrid insectoid life system. Their God is not the organic God, but the synthetic replicator God. When you observe the behavior of this hybrid, it is one of mass destruction, mass killings, genocide. Let's take a look at the candies of this insectoid intelligence. It likes radiation very much, like nuclear, electrical, Wi-Fi. It is also fond of poisons, oil, heavy metals, chemicals. Why is that? This evil replicator is trying to manifestate itself on this planet. But organic signals are preventing it from doing it. So the only way it can manifestate itself is by radiating organic material and change frequency. We are radiated by the creature, and slowly we are morphing into it. The hybrids will try to destroy every organic signal. Of course, there are some hybrids pretending to be for the environment. They are even sending little children into the battle, like Hitler did in the Second World War. They must be real desperate.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you!
So never forget who you're fighting for. It's the fisherman in Colombia, the fisherman in Somalia, who wonders where their next catch is coming from and wonders why the government can't protect them from a factory fishing from across the world. It's the mother in the Philippines who's worried that the next big storm is going to rip her infant out of her arms. It's the people right here in California, people on the East Coast.
Our ground plan is radiated and changed. We are stuffed with plastics, metals and chemicals. Those components are needed so the future mothers can give birth to a new species, the cyborg. Slowly, we are losing our organic origin. This explains the explosion of autism.
Dame,